Hi, Olympies. Hi, Olympies. Hi, Olympies. I have to say, it is still a bit of a change for me to have this new model, Like, I am so used to just being a teensy tiny little PNG in the corner. This is so different for me, Olympies. I hope it's different for all of you, but in a good way, How is everybody doing today? How are you all doing, Olympies? Thank you so much for the headbutt mug. I hope you're all having a great day. Today is finally Friday night. You've made it, Olympies. You've made it to the end of the week, and it's time. It's time for you guys to treat yourselves. I had the stream muted. Okay. I'll give you the rundown again. It's Friday night. You made it. I'm not used to not being a PNG anymore. How are you guys? How are you guys? Okay, gotcha. I hope you're all having a wonderful night. Does anyone have any fun plans for the weekend? I'm actually, after stream time, I'm going to I'll probably end things like about 8 o'clock. Probably not okay, but stressed about cleaning. I think if you take things like one bit at a time, it always helps. Like, if you have like an entire house you have to clean and it seems very daunting, just do something like, I'm gonna start with cleaning the dishes or something. Start simple. Break it down piece by piece. That's how you can always break down bigger tasks into something more manageable and fun. Ohio Haru-chan. Hello, how are you doing? It's Friday. Trying out new coffee shops and relaxing for a change? What kind of, how do you take your coffee? Olympies. This is a question for all of you. How do you take your coffee? There is a right answer, there is a wrong answer. Black, okay, the rest of you don't get a chance to answer. That was the right answer. If you drink your coffee black, you're doing it right. Straight espresso. Espresso's usually a bit much for me. No milk, but I like it to be sweet. I do like from time to time I get like a cappuccino, or like, if they have them, I find they don't have these everywhere. I like to get espresso campanas, and from time to time, if I'm in a very particular mood, I will have a mocha. But I find considering like one of the core parts of a mocha is, like, you know, obviously you have chocolate in it. I find it very heavily depends place to place how good it's going to be, and I largely chalk that up to the fact that places are probably using different chocolate. I have to imagine. I don't know what the actual process of making a mocha looks like, but it's probably just like, I don't know, chocolate syrup, or like they just put a block of chocolate at the bottom. I don't know. Some of you may know better than I do. But as for me, my weekend plans, I'm probably going to end stream about on time today, instead of going a bit longer like we do sometimes, just because I do have a buddy that wants to take me out for a belated birthday dinner. I'm gonna go out at Olympies. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna have hot pot. It's been a while since I've been to hot pot. Does anyone here enjoy hot pot? It is like one of my favorite things. I love hot pot so much. Like, it is super fun to go to. I feel like it is a great social dining experience. I think, in my opinion, there are 3 like really high quality standout dining experiences. I would say, if you're going to meet somebody new and you want to get to know them, but you want to like go out and eat with them first, I would say a good way to get to know people, my top 3 are Korean barbecue is number 1 for me, and this is also just kind of up to personal preference. I love Korean barbecue so much, I won't face it. It's so tasty, it's so good. But I would say Korean barbecue is my number one, and then past that, I would say probably number two would be hot pot. And then I would say my third favorite, like, group dining experience, I like going to dim sum with people. It's fun to get to try a whole bunch of new things. Hydrate. Okay, let me get a real quick drink. Yeah, Korean barbecue. I love Korean barbecue so much. It's so good. The only downside with it, the only downside is it makes me it makes my hair like stink like meat until I get a shower. It's kind of bad in that regard. If I do it like right after I get a shower, I feel like I need another one as soon as I get home. It's very bad in that regard. That is one of the downsides to having longer hair. But yeah, I would say in my opinion the third best dining experience with a group or with new people is going to dim sum. Because wait. Why is it? You guys can't see this, but it's playing the opening for like the US Mario 2 in the background, even though I had the other one open. Maybe that's been doing that and I just haven't paid attention. But thank you for the head pat, Basil. I would say one of the reasons that it's so fun to do dim sum with new people is because you get to try a lot of new things together. There's a pretty good amount of downtime so that you can chat with each other. You can kind of get to know each other. I would say that's true of Korean barbecue and hot pot as well. Like, there's downtime while you're making your own food. You're not just like shoveling food in your face the whole time, and I don't know, kind of ignoring each other. Maybe I'm the bad one. If I have food in front of me, I am going to be eating. I know some people are really good about, like, they will have a bite of something. They'll have like a tiny bite, and they will chat with people like in between every bite or whatever. If I have food in front of me, I am focused. I will make sure in record time that there is no food in front of me. That is my modus operandi while I am like out eating somewhere. But dim sum's nice because there's a lot of downtime if you're going to be like ordering a bunch of different stuff. Hungry like a wolf. Yeah, that's me. If I am eating, I am almost always hungry. I love to eat LLMPs. But dim sum is great because if you order your stuff piecemeal, you can get like an order of, say, I don't know, like steamed buns or something. And then those'll come out, and then you can like order another thing that'll come out. Like, usually whenever I go with people, we will find a couple things we're interested in, like, I don't know, somewhere in the range of like 3 to 5. I don't want to say like dishes, because that makes it sound like a lot of food. If you've ever been to a dim sum place, like, the servings are pretty tiny, and you're meant to order a lot of food. It's like a lot of small dishes. It's like appetizer-sized dishes, and usually, like, I go out with like I don't know, 2 or 3 people, and we will order like I don't know, 3 to 5 things, right? And then while we're waiting for that stuff to come, we'll be like looking at the menu, and we'll order like another thing or two, and then like as we're eating, like maybe one of us is like, oh, I want to get this thing that I didn't order at the start. I'm gonna submit another order, because you can just keep placing orders while you're eating. And it's nice because there's a lot of downtime, there's a lot of time to chat with people. You get to try a bunch of new things, and you get to see like the eating habits of the people that you're out with, and you get to see the kind of stuff that the people you're out with like to eat. Because one of my favorite things to get whenever I am out at dim sum, I love to get chicken feet LLPs. Do any of you like chicken feet? They are so good. They are so good. It really varies place to place. Some places I've been to, their chicken feet are not very good. I think it comes down to how they like, I don't know, marinate it, steam it, pressure cook it. I think they put I think they put some sort of something in the water, in the broth, whatever they do to cook it. I don't actually know what the process is like for cooking chicken feet, but it's super good. Generally pressure cooking in restaurants, whenever you're pressure cooking something, I don't do a lot of pressure cooking. There's a liquid in that, right? So like they're probably getting like pressure cooked with like a flavored liquid. I imagine kind of like a marinade. Sounds like the perfect first date meal. I know a lot of people are they're very turned off by chicken feet. They will not eat them. They will not eat them. It's a little bit too much for some people. They're like, ugh, gross feet. But for me, it's like I will eat the chicken feet. I will eat the chicken feet. They're so tasty. They're kind of fun to eat too. Water or a broth. Generally, it's how they make ramen broth in places. Since instead of 3 days of boiling, they can get a full flavor in 2. Yeah, Again, I haven't done a lot of pressure cooking, but I've heard something about the process, the process of pressure cooking. It really like hyper condenses flavors. I don't understand how. I don't know the science behind it, but pressure cookers are like a whole big appliance that you need to have in your kitchen, and they're a bit much. Pressure cooking feels like cheating. How does it feel like cheating? That's like saying using like a pot to boil your water is cheating, or using a stove is cheating. It's like as cheating as I don't know anything else. It's as cheating as using like a knife or something to cut. How does it work so good? 2 hours, that is fast. That is fast. But let me welcome everybody in before new people start rolling in. Welcome in, generic username name. Welcome in, Shiruga. Welcome in, Mog. Welcome in, 3000 Forever. Welcome in, Basil. Welcome in, Signal. I'm still gonna struggle with that one a bit. I'm sorry. Welcome in, Almighty Funk. Welcome in, welcome in, Lurker friends. Using a rice cooker to cook rice, pressure cooker makes things quicker. I have seen like there are a lot of different kinds of dishes. I don't know if a rice cooker is a type of pressure cooker. Maybe I'm not positive, but I know there are a lot of different dishes with rice cookers where you can cook like cakes or like soups. You can make all kinds of things in rice cookers. I have seen lots of really crazy stuff people cook in rice cookers. I only use my rice cooker to make rice. Sometimes I will throw in like I don't know, like some stock or like broth or something like that into my rice as I'm cooking it, but I have never made anything other than just straight up rice. Ari uses his rice cooker to make his birthday cake. I forgot to get a birthday cake. I forgot to get a birthday cake yesterday, so no birthday cake for me probably, unless maybe I'll get like a slice of cake or something while I'm out with my buddy tonight. I've seen people just throw an entire raw chicken in there with the rice and it comes out done. How would that be like evenly cooked? That sounds like it would be like raw in the middle or something. I don't know how a rice cooker works. rice, butter, cut up sausage, rice meal of king, and spices. You can really, you can really doctor up your rice LMPs. You can personalize and customize your rice as much as you want to. Like, it's just kind of a time-saving and effort-saving appliance. I would recommend getting a nice rice cooker. In my opinion, it is worth it. I bought a rice cooker. What is mine? It's a Zojirushi, like Neuro Fuzzy or something like that. I think is the name of it. It's a cute little white one. I love it so much. I bought that thing like probably a decade ago now, and it has been serving me ever since. It has been great. That thing makes amazing rice. The only complaint that I have is I think I've recently been finding I typically buy like giant, super huge, like restaurant tier bags of rice. I don't think you're supposed to do that. I don't think you're supposed to do that as an individual, because the rice has been getting kind of, I don't want to say stale, but it gets kind of crusty really quickly. And I'm coming to find, as I had to buy a smaller bag of rice whenever I moved to have rice to eat here. I'm finding, I think it might just be from the rice, like, coming into contact with the air or something, and maybe it, I don't know, goes bad, kind of. Hello, Albert. Thank you so much for the head pat. How are you doing today? It's Friday. You made it to Friday. Let me get a real quick hydrate, LMVs. Rice and butter. Rice and butter actually go really well together. I was picky as a child, LMVs. I was super picky. I feel bad saying that now, because I will eat just about anything at least once, and probably more than once. Even if I don't like something, I will usually give it another try. I was so picky as a kid. I think I recall I would frequently eat spaghetti and butter, plain spaghetti and butter. And I would eat like just white rice with some butter tossed in, and nothing else. It was bad. I was picky, LMVs. It was dark times. I'm doing better now. I've gotten better. No cake and candles means the birthday didn't count. Do the 24-hour stream again. I'm sorry. I can't do a 24-hour stream the day after I did a 24-hour stream. That would probably be too much for me. I have a very, 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 like, super duper minor headache. I feel like maybe that's just from, I don't know, staying up so long yesterday, but I'm feeling pretty good overall. I got good sleep. I slept in probably later than I should have. It was like, it was probably like, I don't know, noon or something until I got up, and I'm feeling pretty good. I hope you guys are all doing good today too. I hope your Friday has nothing but good stuff in store for you. Technically makes jambalayas when I do that, but yeah. I don't know what the actual definition of a jambalaya is. I have never made jambalaya myself. I've made a few. I'm never sure if I'm referring to food from like Louisiana or whatever. Is the food Cajun or is the food Creole? It's Cajun, right? Because Creole are the people. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's food. That's a way to look at it. I've made a couple. I've made like oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank on the name of the stuff. I've made like gumbo and stuff, and those are always really good. Cajun. Okay, so Creole refers to the people, right? Because I feel I feel like I've heard what is it? The type of French that they speak. Yeah, it's like Creole French. A rice cooker I have will make rice crispy, even though I keep it at the keep warm stage. Yes, my rice does that too. It is my rice cooker has started doing that too, and it's a little bit frustrating because it used to be super good. I don't know if it's just a matter of like I've been leaving my rice sit too long, or if my if my rice cooker is maybe starting to go bad. Like I have had that thing for like a decade. It would not surprise me if it's just time to get a new one. It was like a $300 rice cooker or something. Like, it's kind of pricey up front, but whenever you consider I've been using it for like a decade, it's whatever. It's no big deal. But my rice cooker also started making my rice kind of crispy and crusty, and it gets like a weird wispy, like dry layer over top of it. I don't know how to describe it. It's like it has like gluten or something that it kind of like thins out into like a kind of like a cracker or something. I don't know how to describe it, but it used to be super duper good, and I was able to keep it on the keep warm setting and leave my rice in there for like 2 days. Like 2 days straight on the keep warm setting, and it would stay just as good as it was like the day that I made it. So I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I know what you mean, like a rice scab. That's a gross way to put it, but that is also a good way to put it. I'm glad you know exactly what I'm talking about. Butter spaghetti is real good. Butter spaghetti sounds great. Butter spaghetti is... It's fine, it's just not very exciting. Also, hello Whiplash, how are you doing today? How's your Friday going? It's good to see you. I want pasta and olive oil. A little bit of olive oil on pasta is super duper nice. I find if you just have like a plain pasta, maybe like a little bit of like meat or something else in there. If you just take a little bit of a high quality olive oil, and olive oils are pretty different. You can get some... I don't want to describe it as like bottom shelf olive oils, but you can get some olive oils that aren't quite as good. I typically, if I'm going to be cooking with it, I try to get what is it called? First press, cold press. I forget the name for it. I always know what to look for whenever I'm at the store, but I always get like cold press, first press olive oil, and I try to get olive oil from California, because I've heard something where like olive oil from Italy is maybe not as good because something the mafia. I think one of you honestly might have said that. I totally forget. But I try to get Californian olive oil. I try to get cold press or first press or whatever it's called, and a little bit of that on some pasta with like just a little bit of like, I don't know, salt, pepper, some seasonings. Like that is a great meal right there. That is a great meal right there. Doing good. Surprised you can stream so soon after a 24-hour marathon. I slept in really late. I slept in until like noon today. I got a lot of sleep. I think I went to bed yesterday. Let me think. When would that have been? I want to say it was maybe like 6 or 6:30 p.m. I said something in the Amufi chord right before I went to sleep, but I did a very long sleep. I had the big eep. I was an eepy boy. I was an eepy boy at Olympias. I'm all caught up now though. Creole is the language. Creole doesn't just refer to one language, but rather a dialect made of several languages, simplified, mixed together, and expanded from there. What languages is it other than English and French? If you do not mind dropping a bit of a history lesson on me, because I don't know a lot about like the history and culture of like Louisiana. I think it sounds really interesting. I would love to go there sometime, especially because they have great food. They have great food. Cajun food is excellent. If you have like a Cajun place near you, or if you are good at cooking at One Feast, try Cajun food. It is super duper excellent. I went to I talked about this in a previous stream, I recall. I went to a really great Cajun place while I was at a convention in Georgia. It was near the airport. It was so good. It was killer. It was one of the best meals I ever had. You gotta take the rice out soon after it's cooked. We had to transfer to another rice cooker to not have it be crispy. Do you have like a separate keep warm rice cooker? How did it not turn dry? I trust the Mafia to keep the olive oil good. I don't know like what the Mafia does or doesn't do, but I don't know. I get my Californian olive oil. It's tasty, it's good, it's high quality. I think what matters most is probably that you get a like first press, cold press, whatever it is. I'm totally blanking on which one of those is right. I think cold press refers to, if I'm remembering right, it is specifically the first press of olives, and I want to say the cold press, like they will do one press of it. They will press them down, and then that is the quote unquote cold press, if I remember right, and then like they transfer it to like something else, or they collect it in like a different container for every like quote unquote press after that. So if you're getting like the cold press, that is just all the best stuffers. I don't know. I was just told to buy the cold press stuff. That's what I do. It's tasty. It's good. I like my olive oil. How you did it, Beaky? I was a sleepy boy on One Feast. I was a sleepy boy after like an hour or two off stream. I had some food. I caught up on the world around me, because after I do like a big stream, it's like the world around me keeps going, and I have like a full 24 hours, maybe more, because it takes me a bit to set up my stream and stuff before I start streaming. I think I was getting ready like an hour or two before stream yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago, I guess. I was getting ready for like an hour or two before stream, and it was like the world passed me by. 26 hours went by, and it's always really weird coming out of that, because it's like I'm coming out of a time capsule. The world has moved on without me. It's like I rely on you guys. If anything big happens, you guys have to come in and bring me news from the outside world. I want to go to a pirate festival there. I didn't know they had those. What you're saying is you could have streamed for another few hours. I could have, yes, but I promise a 24-hour stream. I promise a 24-hour stream, and I give a 24-hour stream. I'm not promising a 26-hour stream, now am I? Cajun? It's Cajun. C-A-J-U-N. I have to think these words out as I spell them. Creole isn't just from Louisiana. It's all over the world, with different Creoles depending on the language. I had no idea. Are there different kinds? Like that sounds dumb considering you just said that, but like what is another example of like a Creole language? Family has different cookers, one for brown rice, one for white, due to one's taste. When the one isn't being used, we transfer the rice. We love rice. I love rice in my house too. I have rice with just about every meal. It is so good. Rice is my favorite thing ever. I do not like bread that much. Rice is my carbohydrate of choice. I have it with just about every meal. It's so good. I just make all of my rice in my one rice cooker though. If I'm ever having brown rice, if I'm ever having like the forbidden rice, I just make them all in my one rice cooker. How did you stay awake by not sleeping? Yeah, I'm just good at staying up. I don't know why. I'm just good at staying up. Like, I did a lot of I pulled a lot of all-nighters whenever I was just a puppy at one phase, and I've always had the ability to just stay up a long time. It is not necessarily a good thing. It's probably related to why I have so many sleep troubles, because I have difficulty getting to sleep, I have difficulty falling asleep, I regularly have bouts of insomnia where, like, it'll reach my bedtime and I will lay in bed for, like, 6 hours and I just cannot sleep. I cannot sleep. It is bad, but I do have, looking on the upside, I do have the ability to stay up for like 24 or 48 hours pretty easily. I can for the most part do it pretty well even without like an energy drink or whatever. I use my longer streams as an excuse to have a tasty drink that I don't usually get to have. I'm one of those boring people where all I typically have is nothing but water. Like, I will drink water even if I like go out to a restaurant or something. I have some strange habits where, like, if I am going on, say, an airplane and they offer a free drink, I will always, every single flight I take, I always get 1 can of ginger ale. That is my special treat every time I take a flight. I don't know why I do that. That is one of my weird habits, but most of the time, I typically only drink water. Like coffee or energy drinks. I didn't have any coffee. I had 1 single Monster yesterday, and honestly, I didn't need it to stay awake. I like the flavor of the Monster, the strawberry ultra, God, what are they called? Ultra Strawberry Dreams, I think? I think that's the name of it. We got a bread hater in the house. Okay, so this is, if any of you are from outside the US, something that I experienced in all of my travels to other countries. The US and maybe Canada, I have not really been able to explore Canada much. I've been there a few times, once for a concert and a couple times just just as a layover flying through. In the US, we have a big problem. We have a big time problem. There are not really, we don't have like fresh bakeries, like, period. There is one near me. It's a bit of a drive. It is a bit of a drive, and I can't really get fresh bread. Like, I can get shelf stable like store bread. It has a bunch of it has a bunch of like garbage in it, a bunch of preservatives, a bunch of like colorings and stuff that honestly, if you can avoid it, you probably shouldn't put in your body. But it affects the taste, it affects the texture. It's not great. I do not like bread off the shelf. If I can get it from like a fresh bakery or whatever, I typically like bread a bit more that way, but I have found everywhere I've lived in the US has had the problem of not having a lot in the way of bakeries. So I have the option here. It's out of the way. I would rather just buy a bag of rice. That's just me. It also goes better with the stuff that I typically eat. Tongwang is a Chinese Creole, Mandarin, and a Mongolic language, for example. I have never heard of that before. I probably butchered how you say that, but I've never heard of that. That is interesting to know. Thank you for sharing. Ironic calling it dreams considering what it does. It's dreams because the flavor of it is like a dream. It's like a dream. Think about it. It makes a lot of sense whenever you look at it from that perspective. It tastes so good. Alumphys, I am not going to, for the most part, encourage you to drink energy drinks or caffeinated beverages in general. Caffeine is so bad for you, but try out the try out the Ultra Strawberry Dreams Monster. It is so tasty. It is so tasty, Almondbees. I love those so much. I love to have one of those if I'm doing like an all-nighter for whatever reason. I try not to have them otherwise because I don't want to be one of those people that always drinks Monster. Caffeine is super bad for you, and I try to take good care of myself. We have a lot of bakeries here. Saying you have a problem in the US is silly considering how big and varied the US is, Haru. Okay, so everywhere that I have ever been in the US, I have lived quite a few places. I have done a fair deal of moving in my time here on Earth. I have found everywhere I have been in the US has had this problem like pretty consistently, and that's not to say like I've lived in the middle of nowhere my entire time here. I have lived in a couple major cities. I've either lived like in a major city or pretty close by a major city for a large portion of my life here on Earth, and it has pretty consistently been a problem, unfortunately. I found while I was in France, you would trip over bakeries. There was a bakery like every block. It was great. I loved French bread. I would say Japan had a bit less in the way of bakeries. They were like they were a bit more of, I don't want to say a specialty thing, but they were definitely more rare. It was like every couple of blocks you would see them. But I'm gonna tell you how great Japan is again, Face. I'm gonna tell you how good it is. Japan has their transit system down to a T. You can just weave. No. You don't get it. It's better there. It's better there. They have the important stuff figured out. They really do. I'm sure it has its own problems and stuff. From what I experienced and what matters to me as a person, it was better there. It was better there. But they have their public transit figured out. You can just hop on a train and go grab some fresh bread, and there will be like a grocery store like within probably like a block or two. If you were living in like Tokyo, it is super hyper condensed. Admittedly, I went to kind of a pretty rural area. I didn't really have much of an opportunity to check it out too much. I went to Nikko in Japan. That was to the northeast of Tokyo. I want to say it was by train it was maybe like an hour and a half. I don't really remember. I don't believe I took a Shinkansen or anything. It was just a regular train, and I didn't have a chance to explore too much there because I was hopping on a bus to go to a ryokan. I'm gonna destroy Haru affectionately. Hello, Billy. How are you doing today? It's good to see you. I hope you're caught up on sleep, and I hope you're having a nice Friday. But I had to wait at like a bus stop area. I was taking a bus to my ryokan that I was staying at. If you aren't familiar with Japanese stuff, a ryokan is like a traditional style Japanese inn. They're really cozy. Oh, hydrate! I think I forgot to do my previous hydrate. Let me get 2 big sips real quick. Okay, so a ryokan is like a traditional style Japanese inn. They're really nice. The one that I stayed at had an onsen, which is just a hot spring. It's just a hot spring. Hydrate with strawberry monster. No. I drank my strawberry monster. I drank my strawberry monster yesterday. There is no more today. But an onsen is like it's just a natural hot spring. They do feed the water to other places sometimes. Occasionally, some of them you can bathe like right at the source of the water, and I took a bus up to that while I was in the tiny town that the bus was in, because I had to take a bus from one town to another because the trains didn't actually run to where the ryokan was. But while I was in the town that had the bus stop, there was, I want to say, one bakery there. So you would have to, if you were living in this more rural area, you would probably have to like take the bus, or I don't know, take the bus or walk quite a distance to get to the one bakery in town. But the stuff that they had there, it was really, really good. I stopped in, I grabbed something from the bakery while I was waiting for my bus. I love going on trips. I do a lot of eating. Typically, I don't eat like a massive amount at home, but I do a ton of eating whenever I'm traveling just because I want to experience the local cuisine. And I got some stuff from that bakery, I got some stuff from the area around it, and overall, everything I got from bakeries in Japan was super duper nice, but again, they were a little bit more rare in Japan compared to France. I mean, it makes sense when you think about it. France is kind of, I feel, known for their bakeries. If you think about pastries, like, you probably immediately think of, like, French pastries. You probably think of, like, I don't know, like a croissant, or, what's another French pastry? Help me out here. Yeah, a baguette. Thank you. Yeah, you probably think of like a croissant or a baguette, or I don't know, some kind of sweet thing. Yes, macarons. A baguette isn't a pastry. Oh, okay, you know what I mean. From like a breadery. One thing that was interesting that I learned while I was in France, they do have the concept of two different kinds of bakeries. They have let me see if I can remember the term. They have, I think it was pâtissier is a, I want to say, are you remembering things? I'm doing my best. I think a pâtissier was a savory style bakery, and then there were oh gosh, what was there were also like sweeter style bakeries. I forget what the word for it was, but they have two different like styles. Two different styles of bakery in France. One focuses more on savory, like breads with like cheese, breads with like I don't know, like maybe you'll get something that has like some cheese and some bacon in it. Maybe you'll get something that has like a bunch of herbs in it. And then they have the ones that are more focused on like pastries and sweets, and maybe instead there you'll buy like a loaf of bread that has like raisins and cinnamon in it or something like that. And so those were super common there. I found they had a few bakeries from what I remember in Scotland. I did not explore I would say I didn't explore London quite enough to see if they had a lot of them there. I was in like, you know, downtown, the middle of London. I don't recall seeing any off the top of my head. I don't recall stopping in at any. So I don't know what it is like there. I don't know what it's like there. But Japan and France, they have a lot of bakeries. Everything you get from them is super duper good. Super good. I thought you said you didn't like bread. I consider in my mind there is a distinction between like white bread or even like a wheat or a rye or whatever that you find that's just like sitting on the shelf that like is fine to sit there for like 2 weeks, and like a fresh loaf of bread that you buy, and it'll go bad in like I don't know 4 or 5 days because it's just good. It has good ingredients. The ingredient list is the ingredient list for a lot of good breads is probably no more than like 5 ingredients long. A lot of them are just going to be like water, bread, or not bread. You don't use bread to make bread, but your voice is so smooth and comfy. Hello, Snacko. How are you doing? It's super duper good to see you, everybody. Snacko is a chef. Snacko is a chef. I dropped by their stream and I got to see a lot of tasty things that Snacko made. Good, howdy. I hope you're having a nice Friday. You actually showed up. You actually showed up at a good time. Just yesterday was my birthday, and I just revealed my new PNG. It looks so nice. You're cool as frick. Thank you so much. But a good bread usually, from what I've seen, like it's just gonna have like basic ingredients. The kind of stuff you'll get like off of the shelf of your typical store is gonna be chock full of all sorts of stuff that you might not want to eat. It's gonna be like water. It's gonna be like yeast. It'll be like flour. That is a very basic bread. It's good. It's tasty. Happy belated birthmas. Thank you so much. I am so happy with how it went. I had so many people showing up, and my new model was super duper well received. I think it's so cute. It looks so good. Everybody was saying that. I'm super happy. Store bread is hardly even bread. It's stuff that if I had the option, I would probably not eat like shelf stable store bread. I don't know what to call it other than store bread. I would probably not eat that if I had like a real bakery that made fresh stuff every day, like super close by that I could just walk to. That is why I loved France. I loved Japan. Bakeries were everywhere. They had great food. They had great transit. I love traveling. I love traveling so much at One Feast. It was so great. I want to go back to Japan so bad. But I think that's about enough rambling. We're getting close to about an hour live, and I still have a little bit to show you guys before we actually get to our game. I know we have some people here that get a little bit impatient, so we'll be to the game shortly. Let me just hop over here real quick. I've got something to show you. Hold up. Check this out, Olympias. Check this out. This was a piece of birthday art that I unfortunately saw. I want to say this was drawn late yesterday, so I didn't get to playing a video game on a retro stream before 1 hour has passed. I like talking to my LMVs. I love talking to my LMVs. I love you guys so much. Who is this guy on Haru's channel? I'm Haru. But this piece of fan art was done by our pal Hanabi. Check it out, LMVs. I'm kind of overlapping it a bit. This was done by Hanabi, and I believe it was done. Let me think when that was. I want to say that was late yesterday, so I didn't see it until I was actually done streaming. There were a couple pieces of fan art that I saw that unfortunately I didn't know about them until after I was done. There was one that was done by Daya that I'll show you here shortly that I was alerted to it before I was done streaming, but I didn't really have any time to like go grab it and present it to you guys. But this one was done by Hanabi. I love his style so much. Does the face that I'm making in it, does it look familiar, LMFs? I think there is a certain favorite face that some people may have. Maybe it's the nose, but has anyone mentioned that your new PNG makes you look kind of furry? I'm not a furry. I'm sorry. It might just be the nose. It might just be the nose. But let me get a real quick sip. I will always hydrate. I will always hydrate unless I forget to. Cute, cute. I love Hanabi's style. It's so good. It's so good. He's drawn quite a few pieces of art for us. Let me pull up some of the others he's done. I think if I remember right, the first one that he ever did for us was oh gosh, this one I think. I believe this was the first piece of art that he ever drew for us. And take a look at this one. This was the first one that he drew. Hanabi does a great work, another solid piece. I love his stuff so much. It is so cute. It is so cute. And I think this was the first one that he ever drew. And let me pull up the second most recent one that he drew as well. You can tell there is like a world of difference. I think it was this one. I think it was this one. Let me scoot this. Let me resize this and scoot this on screen more. You can tell like his style is the same. He is improving a lot. Hi Zigludo, how are you doing? I hope if you're still at work or something, if you're still at work, don't get caught. Don't get caught. Don't let them catch you. Don't let them catch you watching me. You never need to apologize for not being furry, trust me. I've had a couple different people say that they thought because of like my skin tone and stuff that it was like fur on my face, but no, I'm just super pale. I'm just super pale. Just got off work. I'm gonna drive home and tune in. Be safe. Be safe. Drive really slow. Drive really careful. I care about you. I don't want you to get into an accident. All focus on the road. All focus on the road. But this was the, I believe, the second most recent piece he did. He also drew, there was another one here. I really liked it. I like this one a lot. I like this one a lot. Look at my expression on my face. Look at my expression. It kinda sorta has similar vibes to this one. Thank you, Haru. I'll try. Determined face. This is my determined face, Ellen face. What do you think? What do you think? Haru is so cold in 3. I love Hanabi's stuff. He is so good. He is so good. If you don't follow him on Twitter or whatever, I think his handle was it was like Hanabi with some numbers. I forget what the numbers are exactly. I usually have these on hand. I was a little bit rushed today. I don't have his Twitter on hand to link, but Hanabi's great. Hanabi's great. Check him out. Check him out if you haven't. Alright, do you know what Hanabi means? No. I know Hana is flower. I guess maybe the B is like beautiful, like beautiful flower. That would be my guess. That would be my guess if I had to guess just based off of the words that it's made up of. If it's not that, I don't know. I don't know. I need to get back to practicing my Japanese. I need to get back to practicing my kanji. It literally means flower fire, but in English it's fireworks. Hanabi's fireworks. I'll try to keep this in mind. I will likely forget. I'm forgetful. I'm super forgetful, Alphys. You should all know this by now, but I'll do my best to remember that. I guess I had the flower part down at least. The second piece of fan art. Oh, this is the one that Daya drew. Let me scoot it over a bit. Sorry, Alphys. Sorry, I'm kind of running you over. I'm running you over. You're in the background behind the art. I'm sorry, but this is the piece that Daya drew us. He drew this. I want to say it was about like 3 hours or so. Oh, thank you so much for the head pat decline. How is your Friday going? How's your Friday? It's good to see you. I think he drew this about 3 hours or so, if I'm remembering right. I looked at like when he posted it. I want to say it was about 3 hours before we finished up our 24-hour stream, and he did a good job here. He took note of the important new detail on these. He took note of the golden collar clasp. We gotta make sure everybody knows going forward that is an important detail that has changed. It used to be silver. It is gold from now on. My collar got an upgrade. Pretty good. Just bored as all heck. You chose the right place to tune into then. We're just about to get into the game. I'm just going over some fan art before we do. Daya, we love Daya here. We love Daya here. Again, I don't have his Twitter on hand. I was a bit rushed today. I was a bit rushed. I had a couple things to do before stream. Nobody pointed it out, thankfully. I don't know if anybody actually noticed, but if you go check it out, during yesterday's 24-hour stream, Alonfis, the chat box that you see over here to my right, it's my right, it's your left. If you look at that chat box there, nobody mentioned it, but the image that was in that I used for the back of the chat box, cause it's like a. I'm gonna deconstruct things here a bit. This is probably more than you guys care to know, but let me scoot this over. Wait, do I have it? Oh, okay, hold on. Let me. Okay. So, you see this background here? You're learning the inner workings. This is like a transparent piece here. Yesterday, whenever I was initially getting all this stuff together, it was the files that our pal Congo gave me. I don't blame him for this at all. I didn't think of this until after I started putting things together, and it was unfortunately a bit too late by that point for me to fix it before we went live. It was just a darkened version of the background image, and so I moved the how do I put this? I moved where the chat box was initially placed, so the background and the darker part were misaligned. If you look at the like gold clouds in the background, they are misaligned in our 24-hour stream. It was in front. No. It was in the right spot, but the clouds were a bit misaligned because I moved it from where it was initially placed so that I would have more room to show like fan art, and so that I could be more on screen, because I wanted to show off more of my tail. All of these. Check this thing out. Check this thing out. Let me see if I can like turn around real quick. Let me is it this? This is probably the bad thing. Oh, okay. Check it out, all of these. Check this thing out. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Don't you love that thing? Haru is so out of here. I had a fun stream, all of these. I had a fun stream. I'm going to the store. I'll see you guys in a couple of hours. Bye. I'll talk to you later. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to the store. I thought that guy would never leave. That's so mean. But yeah, that's my tail. I wanted more. I wanted to fit my tail more on screen. Let me get flipped back around here. I'll get my hydrate real quick. Oh no, the misalignment. Haru's career is over. Small details like that, I feel a lot of people aren't going to notice those. I feel like a lot of small details like that that don't quite line up right, they lead to overall a feeling of like a lower quality product. That's why like a lot of big companies will spend like a lot of time, a lot of money on dumb stuff that sounds really minor. Like I have a buddy that works for a tech company, and he makes big money, and he was telling me he spent like 2 hours or something having a back and forth with somebody about like the alignment of a UI element, and he was like moving it up and down like 1 pixel at a time until like his manager was happy. And tech companies will spend a lot of time and money on that kind of thing because it is important to the overall presentation. It might not be just one thing that leads people to I don't know, not come back or whatever, but I think having an overall good package is important. And I want to make sure that you guys are having the best stream experience that you can. Heart is so out of here. Going out for milk. I'm going to the store to pick up some cigarettes, Olympies. I'll see you later. I'll see you later. Watch out for yourself. Haru was never seen again. Also, welcome in, Oxnaya. I'm bad with names. Can I call you like okay? The first 2 letters of your name. I hope you're having a nice Friday. I hope everybody's having a nice Friday. Haru, the video game. Hold your horses. Mario 2. Mario 2 will be on briefly. I have one final piece of fan art. He's back. Everyone be cool. Hey, Haru, fancy meeting you here. Please. I love you guys. You guys are so funny. But our last piece of fan art, this one was by Mustbroke. We have a couple other pieces of fan art that I think Mustbroke is a girl. I'm not sure, but we have a couple other pieces of art that she's done for us, and I love her style. Check this out. Look at it, One Piece. Look at it. I saw this one again after I stopped streaming. I think it was done while I was still streaming. I just unfortunately I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it until after. It is up on our Twitter art tag, as is the other one by Daya. Hanabi did not use our art tag. That is fine. I check Hanabi's stuff anyway. His art is so cute. Every time like I go check his profile, like I go through and I make sure to like everything because his art is so cute. I love these. But we have like two other pieces of art that Mustbrook did. I want to pull this one up. This was the first one that she did for us, and I love this style so much. Mario time. Hold your horses. We're not done just yet. But I love this one so much. She has such a unique style, and it looks so good. I have unironically thought, like, if we are ever going to have any merch or anything, I would love to. Don't you mean hold your Yoshis? Yeah, hold your Yoshis. We're gonna be just a minute. I don't think Yoshi is in Mario 2. Yoshi doesn't appear until Super Mario World, right? Yeah, it's definitely Super Mario World, and I know this because I remember seeing there was the Super Mario World beta stuff that was leaked in the like the Nintendo. What was it called? Like the Giga Leak or whatever. They have a really weird, like, gigantic thin Yoshi. he's not like physically bigger, but he's really thin and weird looking. I don't know if I could find that real quick by searching it up, but I love that design. It is so strange looking. I don't think people would have liked it as much as the regular design for Yoshi, but I love his like beta design. It looks so funky. But if we're ever getting merch done, Phase, and if I'm going to get like a t-shirt or something, I might consider. It looks weird. It looks weird. You found it. If you wanna link it in chat, I will pull it up on stream. I'll pull it up real quick. But if we ever get like a t-shirt or something, I would love to third person. Okay, hold up. Haru has turned on his third person timer. Haru will do his best. Let's pull this up real quick on Phase. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. That is the stuff. Let Haru get this up on screen real quick. Check it, Phase. Check it. That is Beta Yoshi. If Haru remembers right, they found this in the Giga League files. Shiroga getting ready for a hot date. They found this in the Giga League files. It looks so weird. All of these. Haru loves this one so much. What the? We were so close. We were this close on movies. We were this close to having this as the official Yoshi design. Nintendo messed up big time on movies. They messed up big time. But Haru loves this design so much. This looks like Yoshi's brother, Loshi. He's Loshi, Phase. He's Loshi because he's long Yoshi. He's long Yoshi. But Haru loves this design, and back to what Haru was saying. If Haru ever goes to get like a shirt done or something, Haru has considered reaching out to Musbrook and asking if she'll do a design, because Haru loves her art. Haru loves her art so much. Yoshi, after he just looked at Haru's search history. Haru has a normal search history. Haru doesn't look up weird things other than long Yoshis. Haru goes on to Google and looks up longest Yoshi. Haru isn't sure what would come up for that. Maybe don't do that, Phase. Don't look up longest Yoshi. Haru doesn't know what will come up. Hello Namai. How are you doing today? Haru hopes you're having a happy Friday. But that was all Haru had to show off in terms of fan art. So Haru will finally get to the video game. Haru's not going to hold you hostage with another hour of talking. Haru knows how much you'd love to hear his lovely voice, but it's time to game, Phase. Good, thank you, Haru. Do you, if you don't mind Haru asking, do you have any fun plans for the weekend? Haru's gonna go out and grab some food after stream for Haru's belated birthday. Haru's friend wants to take him to Hot Pot. But Haru will go ahead and switch over to the game now. Check it, Phase. Check it. Super Mario Bros. 3. Exactly what you signed up for. Haru's just kidding. Haru's got the real one right here. Haru wanted to make sure that everybody got to see the cool menus. Check it out, Phase. What games are actually in this? Haru never actually played this one. So there's the original Super Mario Bros. Not the arcade one, but the NES one. Namai wants to go to the Free Play Arcade. Namai's been meaning to go there for a while. Haru hopes you have a fun time. Haru has been to a couple of like pay to enter free arcades where you can stay as long as you want. You just pay like a flat entry fee. Those are a lot of fun, and they let you check out a bunch of games that otherwise you might not have. This menu is so cool. There's the original Super Mario Bros. On NES. There's the cool Japanese version of Super Mario Bros. 2. There's the US version of Super Mario Bros. 2. So for anyone that isn't aware, Haru remembers he talked about this last time, but this version of Super Mario Bros. 2 is the one that was released in Japan. It was on the Famicom Disk System. Haru actually didn't know it was a Famicom Disk System only release until today, but this was a Famicom Disk System release, and then this one was released for the US audience because Nintendo of America thought it would be too hard for stinky Americans. And then this is Haru's favorite. This is Haru's favorite Mario game. Haru loves Super Mario Bros. 3. Okay, that was the end of our third person timer. I can talk normal again. We're gonna go back to using I and not saying Haru. But Haru loves Super Mario Bros. 3. That is Haru's favorite. Or that is my favorite. That is my favorite by far. Although I do prefer the NES version over the SNES version. It's just minor differences. It's minor differences. Haru's got some preferences. Haru's got preferences. Let Haru get a real quick drink, then we'll hop in. Alright, Monfies. I'm not actually sure if the original had a save system or not. You can see up at the top there, we're at World 6-1, but Best Mario is World. I don't make the rules. World is my second favorite Mario game. I have to say, I really like Sunshine now that we've played all the way through that. I wasn't necessarily the best at it. I could have probably done way better. The original did not save. It was the original ROM hack. Wait. Like saving was a ROM hack? That also reminds me of another thing that I found while I was looking for stuff for our 24-hour ROM hack marathon. But where was I going? What was I saying? Yeah, the original does not have saving. Mario Bros. 2 is basically a ROM hack of 1. But is it not technically like a whole new game? How do we get that? Well, whatever. We don't need it on Monfies. But I did see apparently I didn't know this until here recently. So some of you seem more into Mario than I am. The origin of like, oh no, not this guy again. The origin of like Kaizo Mario ROM hacks is that was our last life. The origin of like the Kaizo Mario ROM hacks is there was a I don't think it was official, but there was a there was something that was essentially a ROM hack. It was a third-party release from my understanding. I almost had the mushroom. Oh, we can just bounce it out. It was a third-party release, and it was notable in so much that it was like a it was like basically Mario Maker. You could make your own levels in it, and this was notable because it had lots of really difficult levels. I forget what it was called, but it was like a whole thing. Can we make that? And it was like a whole program that was basically just Mario Maker on the Famicom Disk System, and included a bunch of really hard Mario levels, and that was supposedly like the first ROM hack of Mario ever. So supposedly, this is not from my mouth. I did not verify that. I just bumped that mushroom off the screen there at Monfies. I get the feeling we're in a particularly easy level right now. I know some of the other levels that we did before this were pretty nasty. It's a particularly easy level, I say, as we fall. It's a Pepe Shades level. I don't actually. I have to admit, I don't know I don't know the names of like all the cool kid Twitch emotes. Easy level, is that the emote name? It's easy until it's not. That's the way you gotta look at things in your life, Almonfees. You can also with the wind kind of manipulate the camera a little tiny bit. I'm glad I did not need to. I'm glad I didn't need to jump there. I didn't know that was an emote. Well, you do now. We're making it through. I'm curious. Oops. Oops. I'll forget again. You'll just be able to rediscover it. See, you always gotta look on the bright side of the. Oops. Oops. You always gotta look on the bright side of things, Almonfees. I have terrible, horrible memory issues. That just means Almonfees. That means I get to experience things. I get to experience things for the first time again. I get to have new firsts with a lot of things, and I think that is great. I get to like re-experience things that I like. If you give me like a year or something, I'll be able to replay a video game. As long as it's not like my favorite game in the world, I probably won't remember a lot about it, and I'll get to learn all about it again. And that's you with these emotes. You get to learn all about it all over again. This is kind of a bad place for the wind. Okay, we're fine. Like I said last time, Almonfees, you can't really. I'm so bad at that jump. I'm so bad at that jump. You can't really tell I'm doing it, obviously, but I'm the kind of person, Almonfees, where if I'm playing like a racing game or something, I will lean into it. If I'm playing Mario, I will lean into all of my jumps. I kind of wanted that. I sort of wanted that so we could avoid Mr. Hammer Brother. I've messed up, Almonfees. Can I like just hit him with this? That is how you professionally deal with him, Almonfees. You just hit him with the you hit him with the Koopa shell. That is probably the intended method. If you don't find the star. Everyone knows you get extra power when you lean. It's so true. It's so true. Almonfees, if you ever need to take like an extra sharp corner in a game or something, just lean into it. Just lean into it. You'll be able to turn like a good 5% better. It is proven by math and science. You gotta trust me on this, Almonfees. You gotta trust me. All right, this is the one where I'm supposed to keep going. Oops. By leaning into my jumps, I am getting a little bit of extra momentum to carry me. I had that problem even worse when I tried to motion control racing in Wii Mario Kart. Would it not help there? I have never played any of the Wii ones. I think I've played the original on SNES, and I've played I've played 8. I think I have only played 1 and 8, I believe. It's like riding a motorbike. Yeah, you gotta lean into your turns. It actually works, Almonfees. It actually works. This is how I'm sure you have the dudes that are like professional race car drivers, like all the NASCAR drivers, all the Formula 1 drivers. They're leaning into their turns, I bet. And that's how they're so good at their job. They lean into their turns, Almonfees. So don't forget, if you ever need to squeeze out that last little extra bit of performance, just lean. It's just that easy. I think there is a particular pattern there they want you to do. They want you to kind of sync up the piranha plants. We did it, Almonfees. We did it. Lean. No. Don't post the Hungry Blenny for that one. Don't post the Hungry Blunny for that one. Don't drink lean, MLVs. Even I know what lean is. When everybody leans, no one does. This is true, but I know for a fact that some people do not lean into their jumps and turns. I also I don't really know how to manipulate the bloopers. I'll be honest. It seems like you can kind of make them turn a bit. Maybe I'm not a blooper mapper, master. Oh god, I'm gonna get bloopered. I'm scared of cheap cheeps and bloopers. Can I bounce on this guy underwater, or will that just kill me? I guess that, okay. That's a bit of a disappointment. I thought I was watching a blooper VTuber this entire time. The bloopers are pink in this though. Look, I'm not pink. I'm not pink. I'm not a blooper VTuber. I'm a heckhound. I'm your regular run-of-the-mill style heckhound. The kind you would find in any old pet store in Heck. You can just go pick us up by the dozen, honestly, if you want. Don't do that. The deep horror lore. This is not canon to the deep horror lore. Forget you ever heard that. Oops, I went down too low. Let me get a real quick hydrate in. I want fees. You can't find me in the pet store. I'm a wolf heckhound. You can't just find a wolf in the store. If you've all been to pet stores, I guarantee it. There is like nobody that hasn't been to a pet store at least once. You can't find wolves there. That's not how that works. Heckhounds are wolf heckhounds in particular. Maybe you can find like a regular run-of-the-mill dog heckhound at a pet store, but wolf heckhounds are we're a little bit we're a little I'm bad at staying up. Wolf heckhounds in particular, we're a little bit we're a little bit harder to come by. We have quite the pedigree to us on Wolfies. We're special. We're born different. We are set apart. You gotta pick one up from the forest and bring it home. If you go to the forest and you find a wolf heckhound there and you try to take it home, you are probably going to have a very upset mother heckhound coming after you. So I'm very bad at that. Whenever you walk off of something, you drop like a rock in the water. I do not anticipate that. Oh, we actually got a checkpoint right here. I don't know why I didn't get that last time. I think we may have died like right at the end. Why is there a paratrooper underwater? This isn't where you go. You can't swim. You have wings. Those wouldn't work underwater. That's not how that works. Very special hand. I am the most special heckhound because I'm one of a kind, Elfies, because I'm me. Just like you're all very special too. Whatever you may be, if you're humans or if you're like I don't know, if you're like a I don't know, a mouse or like a cheetah. I ain't special. Yes, you are. I have 12 heckhounds. They're free. The government of Heck doesn't want you to know this, Elfies, but you can just go to the woods and take heckhounds home. They're free. I have 12 dozen heckhounds at home. This is actually how I'm going to get all of my like 300 dozen children. I'm just gonna go pick them up from the forest. They will be mine. I will have my own kids this way. Oops. I hope I can make this. I hate these parts where you gotta like keep going. You gotta carry your momentum or else you are going to fall. This is so much harder than the first game. You know what? We don't need to go for it. I'm not a cheater? What do you mean not a cheater? Oh, cheetah. I get it. I get it. We're already at the end of World 6. This one felt significantly shorter than the other worlds. This is gonna be another one of those awful, like, you gotta go a particular way ones, I bet. I don't really care for this as a mechanic. Oops. Oops. It reset us. Well, what's up with the flag going down instead of up? Huh? It always does that in the early Mario games. Oh, okay, so you need to go down at the beginning there. It plays the bad sound effect. This was really the Japanese Mario 2? Yep, this is like the version of Mario that they like. It is literally, if I remember right, just called Super Mario Brothers 2 in Japan, and it was deemed too hard. It was deemed too hard for the US audience. I don't know why. It seemed like Japanese companies back in this era had very different opinions on is that fine? No, we don't want to go down. Japanese companies in this era felt like they really had like very different opinions on what the American audience could and couldn't handle. 'Cause I know a lot of different Japanese games, like I wanna say Capcom games did this. They would have like their regular difficulties typically be significantly harder, and a degree of that probably comes down to trying to circumvent people just renting games and beating them, because apparently like game rentals weren't a super huge thing in Japan, and the regular difficulties in a lot of Capcom games and Konami games from the era were way harder than the did I say the Japanese difficulty? The English difficulty was way harder than like the original Japanese difficulty. Like a good example of that, I think I want to say the Mega Man games that offered difficulties during the NES era did that. I might have that one backwards there. I know a good example of it is the Ninja Gaiden games that we played through here on stream recently. They were all pretty much harder across the board in the US releases. Those were by I think Ninja Gaiden is Koei Tecmo. I keep dying to this guy. I think Ninja Gaiden is Koei Tecmo if I remember right, and those were pretty much harder across the board whenever they came to the US. And another good example is Castlevania 1 and 3, I think were hard. I stood too close to them. Castlevania 1 and 3 were both harder, if I remember right. I don't know about Castlevania 2. That one was definitely harder in the English release, just by virtue of the fact that the translation was pretty shoddy. I'm just gonna go under this guy, I think. The translation was pretty shoddy, and as a result, it was just way harder because you kind of relied on. Am I gonna get through there? You kind of relied on like the NPCs telling you like this or that about where to go, and there is the forever infamous like the wall at the end of the cemetery or whatever. Maybe it's at the end of a lake. It's been forever since I played Castlevania 2, where you have to like crouch down at the end for the tornado to come whisk you away to a new area, and that was not optional. You had to do that to progress. I think even to this day, if you're trying to do it without a guide, it probably filters a lot of people. I I was fortunate enough that I never played Castlevania 2 until like after the internet was available, and it was already notorious by then. Everybody already knew about that, so I knew to do it there. Okay, where do we go now? I think it just played the bad noise already. Oh man, that's fine. This is fine. Okay, we wanna go under. It plays the thumbs up noise whenever you do a good thing. Free heckhounds. Phase. If you could just go pick up a free heckhound of your own. If you could like drop by say like the pet store, or like somebody had like a listing on Craigslist. How many heckhounds would you take home? They have a dozen. They have a dozen available. How many heckhounds would you take home, Alonphys? All of them. I hope you have enough. I hope you have enough food and water for all of them, cause I will tell you right now. I'm scared of this guy. I will tell you right now. We do not like kibble. We do not enjoy eating kibble. I remember growing up that the Japanese gamers were always considered god gamers. See, that's really weird. That's really weird because like I said, it was really dependent on like a company per company basis. Sometimes like the international releases would be way harder. Sometimes they would be way easier. It felt like there wasn't really a rhyme or reason for that. I think ultimately most of those decisions came down to like what the US branch told them to do. I imagine most of the companies back in that day had US branches, maybe not. But I know like Nintendo did, for example, Capcom did. I want to say Konami did. Like I think most of the big major players from that day had their own US branch, and they didn't just like say like rely on like some other company to do their localization for them. Okay, we don't want to go the top route. Top route is bad route. Top route is bad route. Just the one, maybe. You'll take one extra special heckhound home. What will you name him? If you're talking about me, I'm already full grown. I'm not up for adoption just yet. Maybe if I run into financial troubles, I will be available for adoption. One of my Alonphys can take me in, and oh no. One of my Alonphys can take them in and can take me in and give me a nice warm home and shelter. Just yet. You never know where things are. You never know how things are gonna turn out. Maybe down the line I'll need a home and a warm, dry place to sleep. This is so much harder than Super Mario Bros. 1, because then you can spoil that one. I think that's a good way to be. I think at least for me, obviously this comes down to personal preference. I like to have one pet, or sometimes two. Sometimes two, just so that my other pet can have a buddy. But I like to have a low number of pets, just so. Thank you for the head pat, Shiroga. I like to personally have a low number of pets so that so I can spoil them, so I can give them lots of love. Let me take a real quick drink. Lots of love. Lol. I wonder how many circumstances there are people playing these games today and just trying to macho their way through under the false guise of it being just how everyone back then played games. I mean, to be fair, I'm kind of guilty of that myself, in so much that I'm kind of guilty of that myself in so much that, like, whenever I died while we were at the end of Ninja Gaiden 3, I did not want to swap over to the Japanese version, even though it is significantly easier. just because I wanted to be the cool heckhound, that beat the hard version, and I'm glad I did, because we were able to we were able to get back through it in a pretty reasonable time frame, I would say, and I'm so surprised that didn't hit me. And like back in the day, if you were buying like say Ninja Gaiden, or you were buying, oh man, we don't wanna go this way. You were buying what's another good example? Oops, you were buying Castlevania 3. You would not have the you would not really be able to, unless you did live in Japan. You would not be able to. You wouldn't be able to go just buy the Japanese version willy-nilly. Like, that is the version that everybody would have played, for better or for worse. Like, maybe I don't know, maybe some of like the European releases of things were different. I imagine that also happened in a lot of cases. So if you lived like, I don't know, if you lived somewhere, maybe you would have like both options available. Actually, I guess probably not back then. Considering I think most consoles were region locked, and the PAL versions of games ran at like different frame rates and whatnot. I don't really understand the whole concept of like hertz, and I don't understand like how like the hertz that a TV or a monitor runs at interacts with the frame rate. But let's go this way. That was wrong. Of course it's the bottom, but I don't understand how all that stuff works. But for whatever reason, I think European TVs of the time ran at 59 hertz, so games were locked at like 59.6 or something like that FPS, and so as a result, like most European games just ran a little bit slower than their Japanese or American counterparts. Mario only understands that. Trying to think about it hurts. That's mean. Using my brain doesn't hurt. I am a very smart heckhound. I will have you know. Compared to a lot of my other heckhound peers, compared to a lot of them, I'm pretty bright. I'm pretty smart. I'm one of the more intelligent heckhounds you will find. I can't believe I fell in there. 1 hour or so. I was super happy that we were able to beat that in like 1 hour. Like I felt like whenever we were replaying through Ninja Gaiden 3 after I died there to get back to the final boss, I felt like I had become some sort of like speed running god on One Piece. I was doing so good. Not trying to toot my own horn here, but I felt like I was doing like exceptionally well. I feel like I was doing great, and I am forever going to hold that as a bit of an achievement. Please shoot fireball. Oops, I forgot that was there. Oh no. The world wasn't ready for the first Kaizo Mario game. I would be interested to see speedrunning God at work. Please, I'm trying here. I feel like it would be interesting to see what the general reception to those to the like Mario Maker, the Japanese exclusive like Famicom Disk System thing. I would be interested to see what the general reception to that would have been like. I'm sure for most people they would have been like, what is this? What is this? This is not beatable. I don't really, I feel like most Kaizo Mario stuff that I see is either in Is this also a puzzle? I feel like most Kaizo Mario stuff that I see is either in Mario Maker or Super Mario World. I feel like you don't. Oh god, he's throwing hammers. Sir, could you please go back that way for me? We're going under. We're going under. There we go. There we go. That was easy. That was easy, all one piece. We're on World 6, so there are gonna be 6 to what? That was not 6 toads. But I feel like most of those that you see are either Super Mario World or Mario Maker. Maybe that's just because I'm not very deep in the Kaizo Mario community or whatever, but oh god. I don't know if there are too many of those for like Mario 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever. Pretty special. I'm a very special Hackhound. I was one of the most high IQ Hackhounds around, I'll have you know, Almonface. I'm a pretty bright guy. I'm a pretty bright guy, Almonface. I think you need to you need to respect my intelligence because oh god, this looks miserable. Okay, hold the phone. Hold the phone here. Hold that thought. That was great. That was great. I did not do that on purpose, but I am still happy with it. We'll go ahead and grab all of these. They seem useful to have. Just in case. Just in case. Imagine having an IQ. You've got an IQ. You've got an IQ. You're a smart cookie. I think all of my Almonface are smart cookies. My impression of Kaizo has always just been something you have to grind. I don't think there is anybody that does like Kaizo ROM hacks that is so good at them that they can do them in one go. Like, I'm sure it's the kind of thing like with anything else where is he just going to keep approaching? Is that a different kind of Hammer Brother? He was just going forward. That was weird. That was scary. Oh god, where are we? Oh god. Don't start panicking now, Haru. You're only like halfway through the game. Didn't the first game only have like 8 worlds? Please back off. Why were they coming at me? Approaches, ooh. That reminds me of the that reminds me of whenever Jotaro is going at Dio and he's like, oh, so you're approaching me? How else am I gonna kick your butt? How else am I gonna kick your butt? I love part 3. Oh, that was bad. I love part 3 Almonface. I love part 3. It's so good. It's so good. Maybe they wanted a hug. They need to ask. They need to ask before they try to just come up and take it on their own. I do not have the I do not have the convention style free hug sign on me. They need consent. But I imagine most people in like the Kaizo Mario community are probably very much even like the absolute best of the best at them. They probably still require like multiple tries and like memorizing how stuff works to do them. Like just like anything else, I'm sure there are levels to it. And so, oh god, this is miserable. Go away. I'm sure there are levels to it in so much that like there are easier and harder Kaizo Mario ROM hacks, but I'm just gonna run. It half worked. It half worked. There are probably levels to it, and you've got easier ones, you've got harder ones. I'm sure there are some that if you're really good at Kaizo Mario, you could maybe do in one run if you're like the tippy toppest, but hard throwing hard. Or throwing hard. If you're the tippy toppest, you can maybe make it through in one run, but I feel like at that point, like it's probably not Kaizo Mario if there's not some degree of like haha gotcha to it. Maybe I misunderstand the spirit of Kaizo Mario. You're right, it's not really Kaizo, but it does have a sense of humor with how they antagonize the player, and that's pretty unique. I think I don't want to say a glutton for punishment, but I'm no stranger to I'm no stranger to difficult games. Don't panic, Olympies. We're gonna clear at least a few worlds today, I promise. Maybe not the whole game, because if it's going to continually get harder and harder, maybe not today. We're like halfway-ish through, and we've beaten one world so far. But I don't know. I feel like I'm pretty good overall at video games. Not trying to toot my own horn or anything here, but I feel like I've beaten a lot of games people consider pretty tough, and I think at least like this is just me. I would not really go out of my way to I wouldn't really go out of my way to play the Kaizo games, just because my understanding is that they're a bit more. Oh God, he stomped me. Thank you for the head pat, Nemai. We're gonna make it through this together, Olympies. Let me get my hydrate real quick. I do have to pee pretty bad, so next time we like get a game over, or next time I like beat a world or something, we'll probably have a bathroom break. But I don't know. I don't think I would personally go out of my way to play like Kaizo Mario ROM hacks, because they do seem like, in my opinion, they are just more trial and error. And again, maybe I have the wrong of it. Maybe I'm just how did I do that? How did I do that? I don't even know how I did that. I feel like I might just be an outsider to the community, and I don't get it. Maybe they're not all like that or something, but from what I know of them, I would not personally be rushing to go play them. And more power to the people that like them. I think that is great. I think that's great, because my understanding is there's still a lot of like Kaizo Mario stuff coming out, and I think I treat that kind of thing the same way I treat like what are I always forget the word for it. What is the genre Diablo is in? Is it ARPG? Thank you so much for the follow, Maraz. Did I say that right? Thank you for the follow. ARPG? Yeah, in that case, like I don't know. I treat that the same way I treat like ARPGs. I don't personally like them. If you are a fan of them though, there is a ton of content out there. There's stuff like there's the new Diablo games were pretty well received, I want to say. Path of Exile 2 is I want to say that's coming out sometime soon. I want to say it was having like a summer release this year. I might be wrong on that, because again, it's not something I'm personally too interested in, but I don't know. There's a lot of good stuff out there. Please don't just walk up to me. Path of Exile 2 got delayed yesterday. I'm sorry if you're a Path of Exile fan, Olympies. I'm sorry. I hope the wait isn't too long. This is the second game, so it has to have twice as many. I haven't seen very many like new enemies or anything. Part 3 is high test. I'm sure I've given this opinion on stream before. My absolute favorite. I love Part 7. It is the best. If you have never read anything related to JoJo before Elmo Phase, I feel like part 7 is great. It is amazing. It is excellent. It is also unique in so much that you can pretty well jump into part 7. It's right after there's a bit of a spoiler thing that happens. I'm not gonna talk about it. Everybody probably knows it at this point, but it's really cool. There's a thing that happens in part 6 going into part 7, and you don't need to know anything about the rest of the series to go into part 7. You will enjoy part 7 more if you've read the other parts, but you don't absolutely need to. Is that fine? That's fine. And part 7 is a good jumping in point because of that. Oh god, I hate that guy. I hate that guy right there. So I don't know. I think part 7 is my favorite, and then after that, I like part 4 as my second favorite. It's different from the other parts. It's more like a slice of life thing than it is. Okay, he continues to walk towards you. I went under him, and he started moving forward in that direction. He does not just move forward in a straight line. He pursues you. Part 7 gains appreciation based off of what you know. Never skip. I will agree. I will agree. Like overall, I would say never ever skip like anything in like a manga, even if it is like considered the most boring, dry part. Like say there's a chapter everybody like always considers bad or something. Like just read it anyway. Read it anyway. You'll probably gain some greater appreciation or understanding. Like. My personal least favorite part of JoJo. Can I? Okay. I was about to bounce off of that bullet bill. My personal least favorite part is part 5. I would say still go through part 5 because it has its moments. It has its moments, and it's. I feel like it will, even if you don't like it the way I did, and that was partially due to a bad translation. Even if you don't like it the way that I didn't like it, go through it anyway. It'll help you, even if you think it's bad, appreciate the later parts even more. Would you consider Mario games difficult? Not particularly. I mean, there are definitely parts that are hard, but I wouldn't call them like hard. This one in particular is This one in particular is a bit of an outlier in that regard. I would say this one is definitely hard. This has been tough so far. I'm curious what the reception of the overall Mario series would have been had this one come out in the US instead of wait, what? Instead of Doki Doki Panic, which I'm sure everybody knows. I don't need to say it. I don't need to run that trivia by you. Oops. Okay, we're gonna keep going until we get through here. Click 'em up. Why can Mario not swim in that part? The original had 8 worlds. This one has D worlds. What is a D world? Oh, like we'll get to world 8 and then we'll go to like world 1B or something. Also, hello Dynasty Star. How are you today? It's good to see you. I hope you're having a lovely Friday. It is the weekend of movies. Or maybe not quite the weekend if you're still at work, but it's almost the weekend. Thank you for the head pat, Dynasty Star. You mean it is an RPG? A RPG is the you know you're giving me a tough time. You're giving me a tough time. You can't actually me that on that one. You can't actually me on that. It is an ARPG. It was a good story, but then it falls off hard. Diablo 4 is a poopy game. I heard people saying whenever it came out that they liked it. I don't know about like what the state of the end game is like. I don't know about I don't know anything else. I do not follow ARPGs. They are not for me. They are not for me. So I would say it seemed like the general reception was pretty good when it came out. Maybe it fell off after that, but I couldn't comment on that. I couldn't comment on that. It is not a game made for me. They will never get me to play a Diablo game. I've tried. I don't think they're ever going to make a Diablo game that would appeal to me. This full page spreads. I love in manga whenever they do full page spreads. One of my absolute like all-time favorite manga ever is Dungeon Meshi, which the anime for that one is airing right now. If you're somebody that doesn't really like to read manga and you prefer to watch anime, Dungeon Meshi is having an anime right now. It's still ongoing. The releases of it. It's by Trigger. They do pretty good stuff. I feel like Trigger was a weird choice for Dungeon Meshi because they typically do more. Oh god, they typically do more actiony stuff from what I've seen. And Dungeon Meshi isn't really that kind of show. I should just go for it. It's not really that kind of show, but they have some absolutely gorgeous, beautiful full-page spreads in Dungeon Meshi. I love it so much. There is one, if you have seen it, with a demon. With a demon, I'm not going to go further than that. I'm not going to go further than that. But if you have seen it, you probably know what I'm talking about. That is a absolutely gorgeous page. I love it so much. It is so good. Vanillaware Dungeon Meshi Game 1. They focus quite hard on their food. It would be a good fit. Let me get a drink, and we're probably going to have a bathroom break. Thank you, by the way, for keeping me hydrated, Elmface. The only part that I hate is part 5. What a horrible waste of time reading that. Part 5 does not really come up too much after the events of part 5 are over, so it feels like out of all the parts, it is a more skippable part, but I would still say never skip a part. But if you want to jump in and it seems intimidating to go through everything, as far as I'm aware, part 7 is the place to jump in. Maybe part 8 doesn't really reference part 8 and part 9 are both pretty interwoven with part 7. So I would say read through all of it. If you want to jump in, like 7 is the only other place to do it other than reading all of it. How'd you enjoy the birthday stream as a whole? I loved it. We had so many people dropping in and giving me happy birthdays. That was the most happy birthdays I have ever received on my birthday before. I loved it. I forgot to get a cake, but the real present, Elmface, was all of you. I got to spend my birthday with you guys, and that meant so much to me. And everybody seemed like they really loved the new PNG and the new overlay, and I am so happy about that. If you happen to be new here, I do have my VODs on my channel. They're kind of a pain in the butt to navigate to, but you can find those, and you can see my old overlay. You can see my old PNG. This is such an improvement. I love it so much. Your feelings, I am feeling deeply. What a beautiful duong. Chew. I love the Duong translation. It is so bad. I did have other options for part 4 whenever I was reading through. I read that for a long time, all that you had available was the Duong translation. I only had one translation available for part 5, and it was not great. Think in bit values: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D. Oh, I see. Okay, that is not as bad then. I thought you meant like there was going to be 1 to 8, and then we were going to go to the B set of worlds, and it was going to be 1 to 8 again, and then we'd have to do 1 to 8 in the C world, etc., etc. I work weekends. I have Tuesdays and Wednesdays off. I consider, since I'm a stinky neat, LMFs, since I'm a stinky neat, I consider days I stream as my work days, but it doesn't feel like working because I get to spend it with you guys. I get to spend it with you. I don't necessarily think I would do particularly well in a traditional job. I'm bad with people. I am horrible with people, and I have like terrible insomnia and whatnot. It's been kind of an adjustment for me, even just streaming, because I didn't really have a reason to keep a schedule before then, and now I have to be up at 4 o'clock every day so that I can come hang out with you guys, and it's worth it. It's worth it. Bad with people, gang. Let's go. I've said this before on stream. I used to be so bad with people. Like I would always avoid going out, and if I had to go outside, I needed somebody that I knew with me, and I would stay by their side the whole time. I would straight up like have panic attacks and stuff if I was ever left by myself. It was not good. I was in school for a while to become a doctor. I ended up dropping out because I could not handle going to class by myself every day. It was not good. It was not good. I'm doing way better now. I'm doing way better now. I can be out on my own. I like to go out every now and then. I've been a bit more of a shut-in lately, just because like I've been so busy, and like I've had a lot to do at home. I haven't been out as much, but I haven't really been like slipping back into my old ways in regards to that. ARPGs are my blood. I'm not a fan of Diablo because I'm not a min-maxer. I feel like a lot of the fun of ARPGs for a lot of people is getting to the end game and grinding, making new characters and grinding, and I feel like that's just not for me. The food images for Dungeon is really good. I've heard a lot of people have been doing, and I heard of people doing this back when the manga was out too, but I've heard of more people doing it since the anime came out. I love whenever I see like people doing like weekly recipes or whatever, or like monthly. I forget what the release schedule for Dungeon Meshi was whenever it was a manga, but people would like cook along with the food that they made in that chapter, and they'd be like, okay, they made like a dragon stew this chapter, so we're gonna make a stew out of like whatever the closest equivalent is. I love that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. That's so cool. I love whenever people do, like, for MMOs as well. Lots of MMOs have like food as consumables, and a lot of people will they'll try to like cook the dishes and make like a real world equivalent. I love that so much. 14 recipes are cute. I have the Final Fantasy 14 cookbook, and I've made a couple things out of it. They're pretty good, but they go really super heavy on like the if you're using like any sugar and anything, they go really heavy on that. If you're using any kind of like fat, like a creamer or anything, they go really heavy on that. If it has butter or whatever, they go super heavy. So like if you're trying to be calorie conscious, those are not necessarily the best recipes to follow, but they 100% they do make food tastier. They make food tastier. So I would say just follow the recipes. Just make sure you keep in mind they're going to be more calorie heavy on average. I'm not out here with spreadsheets to calculate if X item is better for my build than Y item. Another problem I always have with RPGs, this is just me, a lot of people that are into them seem like they really like it. I don't like plus 1% damage in anything. You can't feel that. It's not meaningful. I especially don't like plus 3% damage while the enemy is on fire, while they're poisoned, while the full moon is out, while it's daytime, while there are three vampires nearby, no more, no less. I hate those super specific conditions, and lots of ARPGs seem like they really go crazy on those. I do not like them. Those are not fun to me. Some people seem like they do. Again, more power to you. It's not for me. Trigger did a really good commercial for Dungeon Meshi before, so it's not surprising they were picked. I saw that. I still feel like they're a weird choice just because of how actiony they are and whatnot on average. So hello Zigludo, welcome back. I assume you were safe with your driving. I'm gonna go to bed. Have a nice night. Thank you for dropping by, Dynasty Star. I hope you sleep well. Sweet dreams, and I hope to see you again sometime. But I'm gonna go pee, Elmonface. I know you just got here, Zigludo. I'm sorry. Are we talking about Dungeon Meshi here? Yeah, I was talking about how I love to see whenever people some people do where like they'll follow along with either the anime or the manga, and they'll try to make like the same recipe that they made that week. I love to see that. And I was talking about how like people do the same thing with MMOs. Like a new expansion will come out and people will just go through and make recipes based off that. Haru is a puppy. Okay, I'll draw that whenever we get back. I gotta pee bad. I have to pee super duper bad at One Piece. So it's time for me to make a request of you. We're here at that time of day. It's time for me to ask all of you to stand up, to stretch out your bones, shake yourself out a little. Don't just sit in your chair for 4 hours straight. If you were here from the beginning, don't just sit in your chair for 4 hours straight. Move around for me a little bit, okay? Do that for me. Do that for me, One Piece. And we'll be back. I'll take a 7-minute bathroom break. You are very evil, making me hydrate more as I'm about to burst from pee. But I'll get my sip real quick and then we'll go on break. Okay. Make sure you move around for me, One Piece. I will be right back. Hi, One Piece. Hi. Okay, so we have our drawing prompt. This is the first time you are seeing our cool new drawing interface. It may look familiar. It may look familiar. It's basically the same as our old one. I guess I still have the game audio playing in the background. Hold on, let me fix that. I forgot to go do some various things that I meant to do with this. You're gonna have to bear with me for a moment. Let me turn our volume down here, and we're gonna play from our video game music playlist, okay? Did you know Trigger did an animated intro for some direct-to-video Toy Story movie? What? They did what? I'm reading the words you're saying. I have never heard this before. Is this what Toy Story movie? I've never heard of that. That's kind of wild. But let me get our music started up. I want to make sure I'm not gonna blow your ears out. Let's see, is that a good volume for you guys? Let me turn it up just a tiny bit more. Tiny bit more. You may recognize this one if you play the Rock and Stone game. Everyone knows that one now. Hi. How was your bathroom break, One Piece? Hopefully it was good. Let me pull up a quick reference image, and then we'll get going. Yeah, this should work. I'll use this guy as my reference image. I need a reference image because I'm not a good artist. I think a lot of actual good artists use reference images too, but I don't, because I don't have friends. You have friends right here. You have me. You have the rest of the MLVs. You could maybe try it. Maybe join the MLV Corps. Maybe somebody can I don't know, host game nights or something. I wanna do that whenever I have more time available. But these are MLVs, not friends. So in the name, it can be both. It had the Toy Story toys having to deal with the dinosaur actions. Or dinosaur action toys from Japan or some such. The toys were the merch for some kids show. Trigger did the animated intro for the fake kids cartoon. I had no idea. That is neat. I wanna open this video. I will keep that up for later. It is opening that in the wrong tab. This already looks that looks quite different from the intro frame that I can see there. But let me get our timer going here. This is a little bit awkward since I don't have it set up to be a one button thing just yet. Hopefully I have some time to get that sorted out soon. But here we go. Here we go. This is your hopefully. Wait, hold on. I plugged in another monitor and did not adjust my tablet settings. Hold on. You're gonna need to give me a second. I'm not ready to draw. Okay, let me see. Is this okay, there we go. Let me restart our timer. This is our first time having a drawing after adjusting our overlay, so things are still a little bit wonky. Oops. That is also the wrong time. You don't get an extra 30 seconds, I'm sorry to say. There we go. Okay. Haru as a puppy. I'll draw. We'll start not this color. That would be a good color if I were doing my eyes or something. Okay, this is my big puppy head. This is my ear. You love my ears, Olympies, right? Those are my coolest feature. Let's actually make the head a little bigger. A little bit bigger. For anyone that is that may be joining us for our first drawing here, I am not an artist. I would never call myself an artist. If anyone tells you I am an artist, they are lying. They are lying. They are either lying or they have a different idea of what an artist is compared to me. Okay, so this is gonna go down into our vaguely dog-shaped head. As our vaguely wolf-shaped head. As I am a wolf, I'm not a dog. Let's grab this and resize a bit. I was hoping that was going to update real time as I moved it. Applied transformation? Yes. This is not what I want. This is what I want. We'll move this up a bit to give ourselves more space here. As I am bad. I'm bad with keeping my space properly spaced out. That's the best way I can say that. Oh, okay, here's our maybe down here more. Here's our wolf chin. And here's our eye. This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be real bad, Wolfies. I also haven't drawn in probably like maybe a week. I forget whenever I had my last drawing ready. That's whenever I would have last drawn. Okay, here's your wolf nose, like this. Yeah, that's what a wolf nose looks like. And we all know how the wolf mouth looks, like this. And this is going to be one of the expressions of all time. Of all time. This is my tongue. I hope you like it, Wolfies. I can't do much better. This is me drawing. Also, if you're newer here and you're saying stuff in chat or whatever, unfortunately, I try to keep quite focused on my on the drawing during all this, just because these are timed. These are timed. I give myself 10 minutes to do a drawing, and so I try to just keep focused on the drawing, because I'm bad. I'm bad. So if I'm looking over at chat, nothing is going to get done. This is Haru as a puppy. I gotta have my my tag. Actually, I'll do that when we get to the coloring. Let's see. We've still got about 5 minutes. It's probably a goodly amount of time to start coloring. I don't wanna wait too long to do that. I'm typically very bad about my time management here. Okay, here is our horrible creature. He is white all over. Did I not close my nose off there? No, it's good. It's good. He's got the whites of his eyes on his. Don't shoot until you see the whites of his eyes on his face. Okay, so here's this color. I gotta touch up the ears a little, actually, now that I think about it. Wrong color. It'll be like that. This is your Heckhelm's fluffy ears. Would you bring this creature home, Olympies? You see it at the pound. I don't necessarily think I would. But that's just me. That's just me. Thank you so much for the head pet, Basil. I would not personally bring this animal home. I would take one look at this animal and I would sense its sinister intent. Okay, let's see. Grab that again. We'll re-whiten the area. Oh man, that looks bad. That looks bad. We'll add some extra fluff lines in there. Maybe make it look a little bit less bad. There it is. Those are his fluff lines. We'll grab the eyes. We all know what color our Heckhound eyes are. If you don't know what a Heckhound is. There is only one color those can be for us. Unfortunately. We don't have a lot of variety in that regard. We get one color only. Oh, okay, so there's that. Now I want to go over here and we want to grab this color. And is that something? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. I want to go down here and do this. I'm also hopeful that like none of these songs are going to like get me DMCA stricken. This is just a hope on my part. I figure video game music probably safe. Probably safe. 9 out of 10 times that is a safe bet. I do think I heard there was like a case here, kind of sort of recently where somebody was like uploading a bunch of video game music to like some alt YouTube accounts or something, and they were like using that to like go through and copyright strike people on Twitch or something. People can be buttholes on these. People can be buttholes about that stuff. We'll go for like a darker gold here, like this. This is the cool tag you got your puppy. He loves it. He loves it on my face. Let's actually touch up the nose a little bit too. We'll add an actual we'll add an actual nose hole or two here. Like that. That's your that's what your puppy's nose holes look like. The nose will just be straight up black. We can do a little better right there. Right there. And then these will be like a slightly less dark color. It shows the depth of the dimensions you see. It's important for the composition. Source, me, not an artist. We'll go for a pinkish for the tongue. This is your puppy trying to take a lick of something. I don't know what. And his mouth will be a deeper pink. He's a hungry boy, but he will not eat kibble. You were holding a tasty steak out for him. This is your Heckhound puppy, and he's got one more important feature we gotta add here. Very important feature. We almost forgot one of his key details. His big fluffy tail. I forgot to close the tail. I get the feeling we're almost out of time, but we'll at least color this. We'll color this before we stop. There we go. There we go. This is probably going to be like right on time if I had to imagine. Oh, okay. There you have it. There you have it. That is your 10-minute Haru puppy. Hopefully you like it. I know it's not great. What BGM is this? It's cool. that may have been either... There are 3 songs that it may have been. That may have been Interstellar Nightmares from Deep Rock Galactic. That may have been Attack of the Glyphids from Deep Rock Galactic. Or it could be The Algorithm, A Sea of Laments from The Last Spell. I've never heard of this game before in my entire life. But it may be one of those. It may be one of those, hopefully. Hopefully. Haru just used to be an actual dog. Okay, 1 that's a wolf, 1 that's a wolf, and 2, no, I was told to draw myself as a puppy. I took that literally. I took that literally. If you wanted to see young Haru, you should have been more particular. I'm sorry. I haven't seen the actual Toy Story thing myself. I just know about the Trigger intro that they did trivia stuff. I always appreciate trivia. Okay, let me get us swapped back over. Check this out, One Face. Check this out. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I think our new overlay is way cooler looking than our old one. Looking like a bat so far. Hopefully the end result looked less like it. Do it again? Okay, hold on. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here's it coming in. Here's it going out. What do you think? What do you think? Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cool? I worked hard on that one. Thank you for the head pat, Shiruga. I just learned that they stuffed a ton of Nier story in the mobile game. I personally couldn't get too into Nier. I tried. The gameplay felt like a watered down version of Metal Gear Rising to me. At least Automata. It felt like a watered down version of Metal Gear Rising to me, or like Bayonetta. And the story to me, this is just my take on it. It felt like it was like high school tier philosophy trying to tout itself as very deep, and I couldn't get behind it. I didn't particularly like the characters either. Shoots anyway. Don't shoot the heckhound puppy. It's giving me a weird look. Is that Haru? That's Haru as a puppy, except literally a puppy. Literally. Okay, let me unmute our other music and I'll mute this one. Is that's a little too quiet. Let's turn that up. There we go. There we go. That's probably a good volume for you guys. Where did I put my controller? Right here. Okay, LMVs, are you ready for more Mario? Does this get louder when I unpause it? Yeah, let me turn that down just a tiny bit. You're a dog, the kibble will be consumed. I'm not a dog. I'm literally not even a dog. I think the intel. Oops. It's really hard to do the big bounce on these. It's really hard to mess up and do the tiny bounce and kill yourself. I am so bad at that. I feel like it should just be hold in the jump button and you do the big bounce. That would be the ideal way to do it, in my opinion. Cause otherwise I swear I hit the jump button, otherwise that happens. It feels like it's very particular about when you need to hit it for the big bounce. This music is from Fable, that game you hate, right? I enjoyed my time with Fable well enough. It was just a problem of the Anniversary Edition. Anniversary Edition was pretty stinky. It was pretty stinky, and I probably shouldn't have skipped that. Oh man, that was a mistake to keep going there. I should have just stayed at that one. But the Anniversary Edition had a bunch of problems. Some of you were there for that, and I don't know. It crashed on me, and I was like, I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Like, maybe someday in the distant future we'll revisit Fable again, and I'll just play like the original Lost Chapters version. But I don't know. I'm not gonna soldier on ahead with the anniversary edition just because it was pretty bad. It ran bad. It looked bad. It crashed. It was full of bugs. I'm just in it for the sick Drakengard references. Okay, do they actually have a lot of those? I tried quite a while ago. Hydrate. Okay, let me get a real quick drink on movies. I tried. Also, no. I just attempted to do it there. It is not hold down the jump button to do the big boing. It is you need to press while you're on the way back up from the springy boingy. But I played a bit of Automata. I played I would say a good portion of Drakengard 1. I couldn't really get into Drakengard 1. I was trying to force myself to play it, hoping it became cooler. I would say Drakengard 1 is just a really crusty, not very good Musou. And from my understanding, all of the plot is shoved in like the like final cutscene of the like secret ending. All of the cool stuff. Beyond that, like, it was a relatively well fleshed out. It was relatively well fleshed out for a fantasy world. It was still just a pretty generic fantasy world, though. Like, it was a well written, like, dark fantasy world. I will give it that. It didn't seem great beyond like the stuff that people like about the ending. So I don't know. Didn't do it for me. Didn't do it for me. It was too crusty in the gameplay department for me to wanna go on with. Is this fine? I get the feeling they're gonna get a lot of use out of. I hate that. I hate that. We were pretty far in. Hopefully, I got a checkpoint. Maybe the big blocks in the middle were a checkpoint. Oh, okay, we're somewhere. I don't know where, but. I couldn't do Drakengard 2, or Drakengard. I never played Drakengard 2, and from my understanding, Automata... Oh, I kinda like that checkpoint we got. But from my understanding, at least, Nier 1 had more Drakengard references. Can I do this? Am I that cool? I'm pretty cool. I'm pretty cool. Nier 1 had a fair amount of Drakengard references from my understanding, but Automata, I think I've heard, did not. I know some people that seemed like they were pretty into Nier, and it seemed like it was I tried to go too further. I tried to go too far. It didn't work out. I know some people that are pretty into Nier. They seem like they only played what is the first one called? Replicant? I think that's the name of it. They only played like Nier Replicant like after the remake came out, and I did know like one person that was really into like Drakengard and stuff, and he played the Nier games, and he complained that like there was not a lot of Drakengard stuff in it. Like they reference like that was kind of weird. That should have just killed me straight up, I think. But he complained that there wasn't a lot in the way of like Drakengard stuff in Automata, and there was more of it in the first Nier game. I think Nier kind of just became its own like universe after that, and like the Drakengard stuff was more of a backdrop from my understanding, and not really too important. Since this is the Super Nintendo re-release, doesn't that make it Super Mario Bros. 2? you could look at it that way. You could look at it that way. Since we're playing the English version, it would be more appropriate to call this Super Mario Brothers: The Lost Levels. But I don't know. I've just been calling it Mario 2. It is not the English Mario 2. It is not the English Mario 2. There is no Birdo to be found here. Not from what I remember, but this was back when I only took things at extreme surface levels, so any references flew over me. I think without going into spoilers too much, the stuff that happens at the end of like Drakengard 1 kind of leads to like the events of the first Nier, from my understanding. Again, this is from someone that hasn't really like I played most of the way through Drakengard 1, I believe, and I have played none of Nier Replicant or Gestalt. I have played like past played up to like the desert, I think it was, in Automata, and decided I wasn't liking it. It didn't really seem like it was gonna pick up more gameplay wise, so I think from my understanding, like it's pretty much just its own thing past the first Nier game. And there is like a mobile game that has its own story, and it's important to it, and there's a bunch of like stage plays and light novels and books and this and that, and you gotta read all of that. And my understanding is those pretty much discard all of the stuff from Drakengard, and it is just there as like this is why this world happened, and that's about where it ends. It's definitely crusty. The music is really good though. I couldn't get into the music. It felt like it was noise. It was like creepy, repetitive, headache-inducing noise to me. If you like it, that's fine. Not for me. They've been loving the Wendy effect in this game. If they use it more, it makes it harder. I forget if they had this at all in the first game or not. We played through that kind of recently, and I already don't remember. I don't know if that's new to this game or not. Drakengard 1, 2, 3, and Nier 1/Automata music is so good. I do like a lot of the music in the first Nier. I didn't really love anything that I heard in Automata. I had a friend a long time ago. Have not spoken to this person in a long time. They would link me a lot of music from the original Nier soundtrack, and there were a lot of songs from it that I really loved. I couldn't tell you the name of it off the top of my head. I haven't like gone looking for them in a while, but there were a couple songs that were really excellent from the first game. Have you watched Doom 2021 yet? I went and saw that one in theaters. Also, hello Garm, how are you? I went and saw that one in theaters whenever it was what's the terminology? Showing? Airing? I went and saw it in theaters, and it was pretty good. I would not mind going to see the second Dune movie, cause the first one was pretty good. I've never read any of the books, and I think I would probably need to rewatch the first one, because I probably would not remember a whole lot from it. I walked right off the edge. That was bad. That was bad. After I made the cool jump. Your Gestalt and Replicant. The American version with Dad Nier is Gestalt. I like Papa Nier. I think it's weird they made that choice. Did they just think that would appeal more to the Western audience for some reason? I refuse to accept Yoko Taro because I hate people who make everything in a series canon. I think it's kinda sorta neat. There's another developer director that that does that kind of stuff that I like a good deal of his stuff. A lot of you might know Suda51. My understanding is pretty much everything he has done is canon to pretty much canon to No More Heroes, Travis Strikes Again, and No More Heroes 3. And I wanna play like all of his stuff and then go through the No More Heroes series probably like lastly. I've played the first No More Heroes. I've honestly played more of his other games than I have of the No More Heroes games. I played the first one and I got filtered by the mini games. If you've ever played No More Heroes, you need to do a bunch of boring, mind-numbing, grindy minigames in between every actual stage of the gameplay. I did not love that about it, but the actual gameplay is super good. Super good. Fun game. Fun game. Strongly recommended. Everybody knows No More Heroes, though. I'm not gonna play 10 bad games, watch stage plays and audio CDs, and read books to play one game. But the one game is supposedly like the best thing ever. To be fair, in those kinds of situations, you can just skip all of the other stuff and I don't know, just enjoy it for the gameplay. In regards to like the Suda games, I think it's going to be one of those kinds of things where it's going to be more enjoyable if you've played his other games. I don't think it's strictly necessary. On the topic of Nier, I'm convinced anyone that likes 2D has never played Nier. I did not like 2B as a character. Admittedly, I never got to like any of the extra endings or whatever that I hear everybody says, like you gotta get like all of the endings, and my understanding is in Automata they're not really endings so much as like just a continuation of the game. But I feel like I should just wait at this point. Oh god, I don't know where I'm at. Oops. I did not like her as a character. That's just me. Maybe I didn't get the full context for how cool and tragic she is and blah blah blah. I didn't wanna stomach the gameplay. Yokotara's games are all distant sequels to each other, like thousands of years apart. I think the only exception to that, and this one is more because another director did it from my understanding. I think if I remember right, Drakengard 2 is not a direct sequel, but like it is in the same time period enough that the main character from 1 is like still around and stuff. He shows up as a character in 2, but it was done by different people, and I think from what I've heard, a lot of people consider the main character of 1 like the highlight of 2. He just shows up and he's like a crazy murder hobo, and everybody seems to love him for that. His sole reason for being is kill a One Piece. That's my stuff. Best workout music. I thought I was going fast enough. The music is better in the later levels. I love it, even that creepy repetitive headache-inducing noise. Again, more power to you. I don't know. Most of the time, like, I'm not really the kind of person. I keep all of my music. I should just wait at the first springy boingy instead of trying to go all the way. I'm the kind of person where I download all of my music to my phone. Hello, Kankuro. Hello. Let me give you a real quick shout out. Hi, Haru. Yay. How are you? Welcome, Coco, and welcome, Crespian C. What was Kankuro up to? Oh, you were doing a collab. You were doing a Zomboid collab. How was it? How was it? Was it a good time? Was it a continuation of the one you guys did a while back? I remember there was a really big one that I believe I wanna say Kankuro organized that one. Also, for anyone that may just be joining us, Hi. Hi. I am Haru. I am a heckhound, and we usually play retro games here. Yesterday was my birthday. And I revealed my cool new model. Doesn't it look so good? I was super happy to be able to spend my birthday with my own face. That was my best birthday ever. By far. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. It was great. I didn't have a cake though. I was too busy to have a cake. I probably should have remembered to grab one. I was busy getting everything ready for it, so I didn't have cake. But let me get a real quick hydrate before we try this again. Once the cake though. Like I said, maybe after I go out and have like a late birthday dinner today, maybe I'll get cake. I just totally miss that springy blingy. Also, hello Han, how are you doing today? It's good to see you. Are you at the library? Are you at the library right now? You better have some headphones on. You better not be broadcasting me to everyone else. Also, hello Kankuro. How was Zombblade? How'd things go? I am at the library. Hanbin's working out. He's working his brain out. It was fun. I'm glad to hear it. If you need to like take care of anything, if you gotta go sleep, go get some food or whatever, please feel free. Please feel free. Not trying to boot you out of here or anything. I don't want you to feel like you're being held hostage. After I raid, I am ready. I'm ready to get some food 99% of the time. I entered stream today and my stomach was already growling from the get-go. I did not have a lot to eat today, Awomfies. That was a bit of a mistake. Going to get some grub. Have fun, Harry. Enjoy your meal. But if I can steal you real quick, what's for dinner? What's for dinner? I love hearing about what people eat. Haru hates me? Han, I don't have it in my body. I don't have the capacity to hate anyone. Can I make this? I shouldn't have tried to go for it again. That one is really hard to get from the first Springy Boingy. You can technically do it, but it's easier to just wait until you get to the second one. Chicken salad. That sounds good. I would love to have a really nice like chicken Caesar salad or something. This probably sounds weird, Wolfies. This probably sounds weird. There is this one place that I live kinda sorta near. They have a wonderful, excellent chicken Caesar salad. So sometimes whenever I go there, I will get that, and I will order like an extra side order of their. I shouldn't have stopped. Oh, this is gonna be bad. I get a side order of their buffalo sauce, and I put buffalo sauce all over my Caesar salad. I don't know if that's weird or not. I love hot sauce so much at One Piece. They have like the best buffalo sauce I have ever had in my entire life. It is so tasty. It is a local place, and unfortunately, I will never ever have their buffalo sauce recipe. I know a lot of places will guard their like hot sauce recipes until the day they die. I used to know somebody that actually worked in a place that made their own buffalo sauce, and they kept their buffalo sauce recipe in a safe. Only certain people were allowed to like go in and get the sauce recipe out and make like a batch of the sauce. Serious business. You gotta make sure your trade secrets don't slip out. Grilled wolf for dinner. Where are you gonna find a wolf to grill at this hour, Han? It's a bit late to just go down to the wolf store and get a wolf. It's a bit late for that. I kinda doubt unless you have a specialty butcher, you're gonna be able to find any wolf or any heckhound to grill up at this hour. It's a little late in the day. I can't believe that didn't work. Heart is so full of hate, so hateful his eyes are red. I am full of love. I am full of love because red is the color of love, Owlface. Because I love you. Because I love you, Owlface. Buffalo tendies. I haven't had like chicken tenders in forever. Every now and then, like once every like a year or two, I get a pretty strong craving for chicken tendies, and I go out of my way and I get some really like nice high quality ones somewhere. I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose, because I feel like chicken tenders are kind of one of those things where they're almost better whenever you get like the cheap cruddy ones. I don't know. But every now and then, like once every year or two, I will have an intense craving. I will go have some chicken tenders and have like barbecue sauce or buffalo sauce with them. I am a pretty adventurous eater, so like chicken tenders aren't something that I want very often. I'm on the hunt. When he lowers his guard, he's getting grilled. My guard is never up. My guard is never up because I trust all of my Owlface, even that Hanbun guy, even that guy. I trust him too. All right, Owlface, we gotta take this slow. Red is the color of my rage. Well, red can be the color of your rage, and red can be the color of my love. It's one of those versatile style colors, you know. It can be like rage, or it can stand for blood. It can stand for love. It's one that's got a lot of meanings. It's like how purple can be like I don't know, royalty. It can probably be other stuff too. It can be the color of like I don't know, my blanket for my bed. I've got a purple blanket for my bed. Tendies. I wouldn't mind having some. It's been a bit since I had them. As someone who eats bad ones, the bad ones suck. Okay, so maybe this is just because I ate a lot of junky cruddy. I ate a lot of junky cruddy frozen food whenever I first came to Earth from heck. I have a bit of a soft spot for like the frozen ones that are just not great. You throw them like in the oven or whatever, and they're an okay meal if you're in a very, very particular mood. I feel like it's the kind of thing where you're probably better getting some like fresh ones or whatever. The just frozen ones full of all sorts of garbage and preservatives, they fill a certain craving from time to time. Oh, that's good. That's good. We were on that level for quite a while. These stages in this game are pretty devious. For our raider friends that might still be hanging around, we were playing Super Mario Bros. 2 today, but as you probably know, this isn't Super Mario Bros. 2 as it is known in the US. This is the Japanese Famicom Disk System version. They did not bring it over to the US initially because they thought it was going to be too hard. Nintendo of America thought it would be too hard, and they thought they were going to alienate the Western fan base by bringing this over. And it is admittedly a pretty tough game, and you will probably know about Super Mario Brothers 2. This is like one of the most common pieces of like video game trivia, but it's. The US version is actually just a different game that they localized instead. It's Doki Doki Panic. Everyone knows that. Is this one of those ones where I'm gonna need to go a particular path? Oh, this one. I don't know how you're supposed to get through here. I don't know how you're supposed to get through here without taking a hit. That seems a bit rough. Also, hello, gently villainous. I hope you're having a nice Friday. I hope everybody that's just now joining us is having a nice Friday. It is the end of the week. You have made it at last to the weekend. It's time to take it easy and relax. And hopefully everybody's got some fun weekend plans. I'm gonna go out and get some belated birthday dinner with my buddy after stream time. No turnips here. I don't know. I've never seen the Japanese version of Doki Doki Panic. I don't know if the turnips are in the Japanese version. I don't know why turnips. Maybe they're supposed to be like radishes. Maybe daikon radishes, because those are pretty big in Japanese cuisine. I couldn't tell you. Oh. You can just hang out there. Is that how you're supposed to do that? That doesn't seem right. Happy belated birthday. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My birthday was yesterday, and I showed off my new overlay. I showed off my new PNG, and it turned out so good. It is so much better. It is so much better than my old PNG and my old overlay. Hopefully we can have a live 2D reveal sometime in the near future. But I think until then, this isn't the worst PNG ever. Let me get a real quick sip in now on these. I got water down the wrong pipe. I hate when that happens. That is the worst failing ever. I've had a situation before where like I've been out at like a restaurant. This actually happened like in the last like 2 months. I was at a restaurant, and right as the waitress was coming around to take my table's order, I was drinking some water, and I got the water down the wrong pipe, and I was just sitting there hacking up a lung for like 5 minutes while she was waiting to take my order. I felt super bad. I felt super bad about that whole piece. I was doing my best to get the water out of there. You weren't supposed to dunk in the lava. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. All right, check out these pro gaming skills on Phase. I'm gonna do this in one go. It's cute. Everybody was saying it's cute. I think it might be a little too cute for some people. I definitely had some people saying to me that like it was too cute and I should tone it back some, but I'm not the artist. I didn't draw this. You saw just a bit ago the extent of my drawing skills, and it's not very good. It's not very good. I can't draw. I did do the rigging for my movement though. I did that all by myself, and I love the way it looks. I love the way it looks. Thank you for the head pat, Shiroga. The overlay is very cool, and the PNG is very cute. Thank you so much. I was using this was such a huge upgrade for me because until thank you for the head pat, Basil. Until just yesterday during my birthday, I was using the same overlay and the same PNG since I started VTubing, and that was almost a year ago now, give or take. I started in let me think. I started in May. It was like May 8th was the day I first started VTubing. So we're not that far off from our 1 year anniversary album phase. I don't quite know what we're going to do for that just yet, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'll try to do something extra special for you guys. Oh god, I hate this guy so much. Could you please stop doing that? I don't like that he does this. Oh, I almost made it over. I was so close. That was awful. I was so close. You suck at video games. I'd like to see you do better, mister. If I suck, then you can do better, right? You can you can come over here and you can one credit clear Super Mario Bros. 2. I would, but you never watch my streams anyway. Well, maybe if you demonstrate your skill to me, I'll drop in. What do you mean? You started last week and just streamed Resident Evil 4 Remake the other day? The first thing I ever streamed was Resident Evil 4 Remake. That was before I started playing more retro stuff, because that's primarily what we do here. Just cause I tend to enjoy retro games more. I tend to like retro games more, and there are so many to go back to. I feel like the modern video game market it's okay. There are definitely still some good games coming out, but by and large, I feel like older games were more high quality. There are definitely still good games coming out, especially out of the indie scene in general, because I feel like big companies these days, there is a good reason that they do not really try to innovate much. Games since the HD era have become insanely expensive. It is crazy expensive to make a new game and market it and stuff. Big companies are taking less risks. Indie games are typically passion projects, and they're usually made by a couple people, so it's easier for them to just make something cool that they'd, like to see themselves. They're also typically fans of video games, and so like they are more likely to have a better understanding of what makes a game good versus just being like the kids crave the Fortnite. Make the Fortnite. Sir, can you give me some breathing room here, please? I thought I could go over. It almost worked. But I need to actually get back to Resident Evil 4 Remake and play the Separate Ways DLC. I have that. I have the DLC. I got it whenever it came out. I have not actually played it yet. That would maybe be a fun anniversary stream game. Just returning to that, since that was the game that we started with. Fine, I'll come over later. You're gonna have to show me you beating this level in one try, at the very least. But better, and I'll bring some friends whenever I come to your stream too. How's that sound? Just do what Arena did when he played. Get the world record point holder to come beat it for you. Did he actually do that? I remember hearing about it. I never ended up watching any of Game Center CX. It seems neat in concept, but I am typically not a big watcher of stuff. Honestly, ever since starting the Amalfi Accord and having our weekly movie nights, that is where most of my watching stuff comes from. I typically don't watch any movies or shows outside of our weekly stream. Oh, all right, I'm going over. I tricked him. I squeezed him between the hammers. I tricked him, Amalfi's. Why are they tiny? Why did the one have a battle axe? I don't get what they're going for with these. The hexagon puzzle. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. There was a hexagon puzzle in Resident Evil 4 Remake that we didn't beat it. I just kind of kept going. Oh no. Those mushrooms are poisonous. They will hurt you if you grab them. They will knock you down to Tiny Mario mode. Oh god, I hate this. They're very mean in the level design in this one in particular. Can I just do this? We are not fans of the Hammer Brothers here. Retro games are comfy and fun. I love retro games. I love retro games. Fan retro games are really cool. Like, have you seen Metroid Worlds? Never heard of it. Actually, for my birthday yesterday, we did a 24-hour stream, and I played 24 hours of nothing but retro ROM hacks, and that was. I feel a bit dumb. I feel a bit dumb doing that. We played nothing but retro ROM hacks, and it was a lot of fun. I played a lot of really cool ones that I got some recommendations from some different friends, and some of them are like crazy well made. There's a Mario 64 one that we played. There were several very neat Mario 64 ones. Like there's one where they like remake WarioWare minigames in Mario 64. There was another one where they remake. They kind of remake Half-Life 1. It's called Block Mesa. Deltarune one was cool. There was also one that it just straight up had like the Undertale Deltarune like combat system in it. That one was really well made, although it did crash for us. Like I think that was only the first time. He did do that back in like 2002 though. Is Game Center CX still running? I feel like that's a mean jump right there because they expect you to bounce off of the paratrooper. He's off screen though. I don't really know how they expect me to bounce off that guy. All right, let's grab this. Let me get a real quick hydrate while we wait for these guys to pass. Alright, I won't piece. I'm gonna make the jump this. I'm gonna make the jump this time. Now that I'm. They both fired at the same time. That would have been a tough one to avoid. This feels like a normal normal mode Mario Maker level, which are created by the devil. I never played either Mario Maker game. I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of levels from them. Did it actually come with like built-in like official levels? In addition to obviously the Mario Maker part of it? Because I've never played it. I was talking just the other day. It's so crazy how many weird crossovers they had in Mario Maker. I don't think they were available in the US version. You guys are gonna have to correct me if this is wrong, but I think if I remember right, they had like Hello Kitty crossovers, and they had what's the Squid Girl anime? Ika Musume? I think that was the name of it. They had like a crossover with that and stuff. It's like those are really weird for a Mario game. I kind of doubt those were in the. Oh, okay, we gotta squeeze over here so we can see him. I kind of doubt those are in the US version though. Oh man. Oh, how about we don't? You can go that way. I'll go this way. Okay, we're still fine. We're on track to beat it, I'm sure. Hello, Allison. How are you doing today? It's nice of you to drop by. I'm gonna have to do all that again. Thank you so much for the follow, Allison. It started in 2002. That is forever ago. You had a crossover event with Sakurai where they played arcade games against each other. Who won the most? Who won the most? Alright, let's grab the mushroom. We'll need it. Metroid Zone, or Metroid's world is basically Metroid Maker, but with randomizer style logic, and every room in the world is random. That sounds pretty cool. One of the ROM hacks that we played yesterday was called Super Metroid Arcade, and it was a lot of fun because it makes it like a oh, I shouldn't have done that. It's fine. It worked out. It makes it into like an arcade style game where you enter into a room. You're so cute, Haru. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My new PNG. We just showed that off yesterday, and it is so much better than my old one. But Super Metroid Arcade, it is great. It is great. It is like it takes all of the rooms from Super Metroid, and you enter into the first door, and they are totally randomized beyond that. There's probably like a little bit of logic so that you don't like literally get stuck if there's a room that you can't possibly get out of if you don't have something, but they can toss you into like any room in the game, and since it's arcade styled, you have to you have to like fight your way out of the room, and like you don't have to kill all the monsters. You're just trying to find the exit, and if there are like items in that room, it's like a big upgrade. They can toss you into boss fights at any time. It's super cool. It's super cool. That was a really fun one. There's a story mode with pre-made levels. Maybe I should check that out sometime. I forget the styles that they had in that. They probably had different styles in Super Mario Maker 2, but they had like Mario 1 style. They had like I'm surprised that didn't kill me. They had like Super Mario World style. They have like the new Super Mario Brothers style, I think. Well, what are some other game styles they have in there? Do they have Mario 3 style? I love Mario 3. The NES version of Super Mario Bros. 3 is my all-time favorite. It is my favorite Mario game. It is so good. It is so good, Amalfis. I love it so much. Oh god. He just fell off. I am okay with that. He fell through the floor. Only Mario Maker 2 and 3DS had pre-made Nintendo dev levels. Are they different between the 3DS version and Super Mario Maker 2, or did they reuse them for Mario Maker 2? This is just a regular block. We'll go ahead and have these. Ikamusume of the Date clan. Why is Ikamusume? Oh god, I thought we weren't gonna make it. Why is Ikamusume of the Date clan? The Squid Girl is also in Splatoon? That doesn't surprise me, but I did not hear about that. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. We're in the fall zone now, Do you prefer to call it fall, or do you prefer to call it autumn? I ask because there was another ROM hack that we did not end up playing on stream the other day. I fired it up just long enough to make sure that it worked. Oh god, we can't swim there. I fired it up just long enough to make sure that it worked, and it's called what was that one called? Super Mario World Around the World, I think, or no. It was called Super Mario World, a plumber for all ages, or for all seasons, and I fell in. It was called Super Mario World, a plumber for all seasons, and it starts out asking you, what do you call that season? Do you call it autumn? Do you call it fall? I didn't catch that one. We did not actually we didn't do that one on stream, unfortunately. There was not enough time. I spent a good 6 hours clearing all of Rockman 4 minus Infinity on stream. I probably shouldn't have done that, but I was really enjoying myself. Mr. Sakurai won a lot more. I think from my understanding, Sakurai still plays a lot of games. he has a series on YouTube. I don't know if all of you have seen it or not. He provides he provides a lot of like commentary, like dev commentary sometimes, and just general insight on video games and how to make them and stuff. I forget what the name of his of that channel is, and he showed a picture once of the inside of his house and talked about his he talked about like what kind of stuff he plays, and he still like regularly plays a bunch of video games. He plays like a bunch of stuff and has like one of every console and whatnot, and I think that is a great thing to do if you are a game developer. Play games, see what is good, see what works, see what kind of cool new stuff is coming out from the gaming community at large. I should not have broken that. We could have used that to jump over this guy. I'm just gonna use our iframes here. We don't want that on screen. Oh man. That was totally chance that I just happened to jump them. We're not gonna risk dying to get those coins. That sounds a lot like it. I think so. It was a really fun ROM hack. I think I might revisit that one some in my spare time because it is just fun to play. I actually saw another one in a similar vein here. That was probably a couple months back. There is an Aria of Sorrow ROM hack. If you all know Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, it's a Game Boy Advance game. Really great one. A lot of people consider it one of the best Metroidvania styled Castlevanias. But there is a ROM hack for it that makes it into a roguelike, and that one seems pretty fun. I haven't played it at all yet, but we might maybe check that one out sometime. Oh god. I hate the Hammer Brothers so much. She was requested so much, the devs added her, because her anime was airing when it was coming out. Did that come out internationally, the crossover? I don't remember seeing about that. But I have never played a Splatoon game, so I might just be out of touch on the Splatoon news. Could everybody play as her? Or like, it sounds weird if they have did they have like a version of her for both teams and like anyone could play as her? I hate these dudes. I'm just gonna go for it. We were so close to the end again. I like that one. I thought you meant the Mario 64 one. The Mario 64 one you're probably thinking of, I was getting the names shuffled around in my head a little bit. The Mario 64 one that we played was, Mario 64 Through the Ages. I think I said Through the Ages for just a second there before I corrected myself. Also, hello Wandering Penguin. How are you doing today? It's good of you to drop by again. I don't know what just happened with the spring there. I clipped inside of it partially. Okay, let's try this again. I don't like that jump. I don't like anything that requires the springs because I'm not very good with them. I was gonna try to use that block to just jump over him. I think this is where they want me to go, but it seemed like this was just taking us back to the beginning. I'm kind of curious if they... That was dumb. I'm kind of curious if they want us to go like up one of those pipes. Time for Hard to add it to the backlog for stream. Since we play retro games at One Phase, I have so many games I would love to play. That is another benefit to retro games, is like you have so much stuff to play, and there is so many there are so many high quality retro games. Retro games are great at One Phase. Oops. Sakura is an amazingly hardcore gamer. Has he beaten the North American version of Ninja Gaiden 3? Cause I kinda doubt it. Maybe he has. He probably has. Does he go out of his way to play like hard versions of various games? There we go. I hate all the springs, all the springy boingies. I think there's, yeah, we're gonna activate that and see if we can't use that to go over top. I got over. I feel good ways about that. I remember seeing a video where he's like watching TV, playing a game, and riding his exercise bike all at once. See, I don't understand people who can like watch something while they're playing a game. I think it's cool when people can do that. I think it's cool when people can do that. I can't do that myself. I need to focus on one thing at a time. I know a lot of people will also like pull up, say, multiple like streamers at once or whatever. I can't do that. I can't do that because I focus on one person at a time. They get my undivided attention. That was a bad jump. That was extra bad. It always bugs me when someone is making or working on a game or movie and doesn't even play or watch them. Even worse than when they say they don't like them. We actually just talked about that the other day. It feels like there are so many cases. There are so many cases where like in like video game adaptations these days. I think it happened in the Halo adaptation. I think it happened in the Castlevania one. I think it's happening in the Devil May Cry one, where like the director in charge of the series is like, yeah, I'm too cool to watch this. I make Hollywood stuff. I'm not gonna waste my time with dumb video games. Even though they're working on an adaptation for a video game series. Like, come on, you can't do that. You can't do that. That's not how that works. I know a lot of people like it. I am personally a huge Castlevania fan. I am not a fan of the Netflix Castlevania adaptation. It does a lot of the characters dirty. It does not respect any of the deep Castlevania lore. It does not. I don't like it. I don't like it. That is a personal preference, but it is not for me. The greedy dog gets chomped. We're just gonna go past. It was just her outfit. Alright, I'm not really sure what's going on here because it feels like it's spitting us back out like halfway through every time, and I keep not hitting that. This is very different looking from the Mario 2 that I remember. This is the Japanese version. It was re-released in the US in a collection called Super Mario All-Stars. They did not bring this version over internationally. Nintendo of America, I don't know about Europe, but Nintendo of America at least decided it was too hard for the US audience, and they instead adapted a different video game to be the US version of Super Mario Bros. 2. Mario Springs, my mortal enemy. They suck. I do not like the springs. I am not a Mario Spring fan. Yeah, he does. He tests new Smash characters by playing against himself using how does he do that? How would you have the focus to do that? That is not normal. So hard. This is the level that filtered Arena? I'll win. I'll win. Unless there's something here that I'm not getting. I think my assumption is we just gotta get to the pipe at the end twice. If that is not the case, don't tell me. I wanna figure it out on my own. But that's what I think we gotta do. Maybe. Actually, wait. Let me. Oh, okay. It's not going to be as simple as just going down that pipe. I'm going to actually try these other pipes since it does seem to be repeating. It just seems like a wise time-saving kind of thing to do. Right here, this is the reason why I never really got into Mario. in this household, Monfils, there are two things that we hate. Oh, okay, I'm going the wrong way. I could see right there. I could see it doing the like reset for you did something wrong. I think this is using like the Bowser Castle logic where they want you to go a particular path. But in this household on One Piece, we hate Springs, we hate the Hammer Brothers, and we also hate any level where the Cheep Cheeps are flying up from the water under you. The physics filtered me out. The physics take a bit of getting used to, I feel. Did you mean Paul Anderson, Resident Evil? Was he the one that made the Resident Evil live action movies? I don't know the whole story behind those, but I think if I remember right. Also, hello Toma, how are you? Thank you so much for the head pat. I hope you're having a nice Friday. I think if I remember right, the guy that was directing the Resident Evil movies is like notorious. I think what is the lady's name? Mila Jovovich? He is married to her, I want to say, and he is apparently very notorious for just like kind of shoehorning her in like everything. Okay, let's see. I have an idea here. Was it that? Did I need to go over? Bonus? Oh, okay. Let's just go again. Let's just go through again. And so he kind of jammed her in as like an original character, Do Not Steal, and I haven't watched all of them. I've seen like one of them back whenever it first came out. I think like the original character, Do Not Steal, like I think her name is Alice. She outguns and kills like all of the original characters, or at least like styles all over them or something. I don't know. I've never watched it. I at least know like Jill is in some of them, and people really hate how they how he handled their characters. The original Devil May Cry anime is fantastic, so even if the new one's bad, there's that. The one with Sad Dante eating the ice cream. I love that one so much. I'm good. Post-workout, relaxing before bed. Don't work yourself too hard. Don't work yourself too hard. Make sure you take it easy. Do you want a hint, Haru? Because right now you're just chasing your tail. Maybe a small one. Was I on the right track about the oops. Was I on the right track about the Bowser's Castle like repeating thing? Not even close. Oh, okay. You can give me a bit more of a hint then. The Netflix Castlevania was neat in the first season, but the writing tanks so fast. I got into like the second or third episode where who's the Belmont it focuses on? Is it Trevor? It's like he's in like a bar, and like the writing, I hate the writing. It is like wait, what? He just stood on that one for a second. The writing is like your mom does stuff with goats. Yeah, well you're a butthole. Suck my pee-pee. And I'm like, how is this Castlevania? I don't care if they're random like dumb drunkards at a bar. Like this is not Castlevania writing. And then like Trevor or whoever it is has like a cool bar fight, and he like kicks their butt, and it's like this isn't Castlevania. I don't. Oh, all of these. It's that. Okay. I see what it is. Didn't they do that with Mega Man 8 and Mega Man and Bass? Mega Man and Bass did not come over to the US until the Game Boy Advance adaptation, and I don't know what the business decision behind that was, to be quite honest. I think we can get a 1-up if we follow that fast enough. But I think Mega Man 8 is just like you know, just Mega Man 8. Okay. There we go. Now we just gotta be very careful. I'm so out of here. I'm so out of here, Olympies. We did it. We made it. Feels good. Feels good. How cute. Alright, let's, oh! It's just the end there! We did it. We did it. All fair and valid. Good opinions. We did it, Elmfies. He made them so his wife would look cool. How have you been? I am super good. Yesterday was my birthday, and I showed off my new PNG. We did a cool 24-hour stream, and I had so many people drop by and wish me a happy birthday. It was great. It was great. I fell down. I had a great time. I got to spend the day with my Elmfies, and that made it like the best birthday I could have asked for. That was my best birthday ever. The first one isn't that bad. He really wanted to put his wife in movies, which is so stupid that I can't help but enjoy it. More power to him, I say. And he did pretty well for himself, I imagine. I think most people know Milo Jovovich. So like, I imagine he did pretty well for himself. They're both probably very insanely rich. I don't know that for sure. I am so glad that worked out. That was partially just luck, which is fair. But we lost Jill's sandwich because of that, so I could never forgive him. I thought whenever I was first playing through Resident Evil, the Resident Evil remake on GameCube, I thought they took that line out. You have to do something very particular to hear that line. You need to like go into the shotgun room where you're going to get you're gonna get sandwiched in, and you need to do that like before Barry does something. I forget what exactly, but let me get a real quick drink. Not even close. You need to hit a block from below. I got a bit lucky. I got a bit lucky with that one, I'll admit. The music in the Devil May Cry anime is so good too. Do you mean the new one or the old one? I have not seen either, and honestly, I don't know if the new one is even out yet or not. They made Trevor a loud, edgy jerk. Alucard was a weenie. Sypha was cute though. Where was Grant? Yeah, Grant just straight up did not exist in it, right? Like, he is totally glossed over, and they change a lot of the characters from other games in various ways too. It's like, just play the games, do a straight adaptation. There is enough there for you to work with. Castlevania is great. It has decent enough lore. It has pretty blank slate characters for the most part, I would say. I feel like for the Belmonts, all you need to do to write them is just have them be like they're good people. They're fighting for good and getting rid of Dracula, and don't have them. That was just mean. Just have them you know be good people. Good people fighting for their bloodline and the people around them. I don't know. I did not care for their characterizations, and don't forget Death being a modern edgelord as well. That was also a big problem. I did not watch the entire anime, but I saw the scene with Death, and he is introduced by like swearing up a storm, if I remember right. He is just like every other character in that show. He is edgy. He's like, I'm in not so nice terms, I'm gonna kick your butt and make you eat stuff. And it's like that. Why? That is not Death. That is not Death. That bugs me. That bugs me so much, OLVs. Just you have what it should be there. You have what it should be. I didn't watch that far. I didn't even finish season 2. I would say just to see how they handled it. Look up. You can probably legitimately just look up Castlevania Netflix death. That will probably bring it up. I have to imagine it is questionable. I don't know what the man who is directing it, I don't know what his intent is. But I think from my understanding, a lot of people seem to like it. Again, I'm not gonna poop on people for liking what they like. It is not for me. I don't feel like it is. It is not, in my opinion, in the spirit of Castlevania, and I think it's like I think it's still ongoing. I think it's still like getting more seasons and stuff. Like it's tough for me because I know if the Castlevania Netflix adaptation was not ongoing, that Castlevania would just be completely dead and dormant. But to me, that is maybe better. I don't know. It can occasionally show up as a special Konami treat in pachinko machines. I guess. Mario finds a vine and decides to leave the universe. Valid. With how this universe has been treating poor Mario, I think he is fully justified in leaving it behind. All of the trials he has been put through, he is fully justified in just leaving, just being done. He's going somewhere better. There are better places to be. Resident Evil 1 remake is the best remake in my opinion. I would say it is very, very, very good. I would say for me it is tied with Resident Evil 2 remake. I would say Resident Evil 1 and 2 remake are both really great. I would say Resident Evil 2 remake at the very least though does not. It is a different kind of game. It does not. Oh god. Oh god. Look at all that stuff that was sandwiching me in. Resident Evil 2 remake, I would say does not overrate the original. The original is still a good, great game. It is a totally different kind of game. They both stand in their own right. And I would honestly say, like, Resident Evil 4 remake had some flaws. I feel the same way about it. I think you should really play both of them. They're both good games in their own right. The gameplay in 4 remake is great. The gameplay in the original is great, and it set a lot of standards for other third-person shooters going forward. A lot of games back in the day, a lot of third-person shooters with the over-the-shoulder camera, they were called Resident Evil 4 clones. There is a reason for that. It did it well. There may have been other games that did it before it, but it was just high quality. Thank you so much for the follow, Cat Miru. I appreciate it. I was trying so hard not to get slammed there. What is this? That is mean. Hopefully we got a checkpoint there. Hopefully. Thank you for the follow, Gently Villainous. I appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. Invisible blocks interfering with platforming. Are the lost levels just little Timmy's first Mario Maker levels? There was no checkpoint. I think these were designed to be mean. Even Death from the Lords of Shadow timeline is better. Okay, so I have opinions on Lords of Shadow. I think a lot of people really disliked it. It came out at a time that I feel like it kind of took like the brunt of the blame for how Castlevania kind of disappeared. I would say westernizing Castlevania was a weird move. I would say Mercury... God, what are they? Mercury Stream? Mercury Steam? I always forget their name. They did Metroid Dread here recently. I would say they did a great job with it. I have to say Lords of Shadow is kind of an amalgamation of other things. It is clearly just a Devil May Cry ripoff. It is clearly just a Shadow of the Colossus ripoff. There are... I don't remember off the top of my head. It's been a long time since I've played it. There are a couple of other games it rips off of pretty blatantly, but they're all done worse than their original counterparts, like 100% for sure. I don't think anyone would argue with that. I don't think anyone would ever say like Castlevania Lords of Shadow does a better job at being... I hate that. I really hate that. I don't think there's anyone that would say Castlevania Lords of Shadow is a better Shadow of the Colossus game than Shadow of the Colossus. It's kind of tacked on there, but... Oh, I can just do that instead of using the Sprungy Bungy. That is so much better. That is so much better. I'm just going for it. But it is a really good game, and I will say I played the whole way through it. The final boss fight is amazing. It is kind of like a rhythm game. That probably sounds weird. That probably makes you think of Drakengard. It is kind of a rhythm game. It is really good. It is really fun. I enjoyed that a whole lot. Death shouldn't be speaking. His words should be sights, and his gestures should be sights. His everything should be sights. This would be very accurate. Okay. I'm getting better at navigating the Hammer Brothers. I think the go-to thing for them is just run. Don't stop running. Just jump when you... What? What? That's mean. That's mean. That is just mean. Sometimes being dead is better than being dragged into being terrible. Looking at you, Futurama. I saw the original run of Futurama, never saw anything afterwards. I think I heard some people saying that the movies of it are pretty good. Like, what are they? Like, Beast with a billion backs, and I don't remember any of the other ones, but I heard some people saying those are pretty good. I think there was another season after that essentially just, if I remember right, cut up the movies and chunk them into, like, episodes. And, right, I forgot about that. I was just running. I was just going for it. But, I don't know. I heard people saying that the seasons that it got after that were pretty bad. After the rehashed movie chunking up seasons. It is better, because if these interpretations are popular and profitable, any new games will be like it. That is true. That is true. If they try to do a different take on a game, a lot of studios will be like, I'll get my drink real quick and then finish my thought. A lot of studios will push out like, here's just a random example, because I can't remember any actual examples off the top of my head, but here is Banjo-Kazooie. Yeah, that's actually a great one. Here's Banjo-Kazooie, except now it is a cart builder game. You didn't like that one? You didn't like that one? Too bad. Too bad. No more Banjo-Kazooie. You clearly didn't love the franchise. But if it would have sold, you probably would have seen Nuts and Bolts 2. You probably would have seen Nuts and Bolts 2. So it's kind of a rough spot. It's good to see some representation for a series that you like that has been dormant for a long time, but you also run that risk. I'm a huge fan of OG RE4, but I haven't played 4 Remake yet. Looks really good though. It's good. I think They made Leon really ugly in it compared to in Resident Evil 2 Remake, and I don't know why. I think they wanted to switch like mocap artists or something, so they just used him for face scans as well to make him look older or something. He looks weird. He looks weird compared to the first one. Well, not the first one, but RE2 Remake. I don't know why they did that. He was kind of baby-faced in Resident Evil 2 Remake, but like he looked more in line with original Leon. Like Leon was, you know, supposed to be like typical generic pretty boy. He was supposed to be like Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's pretty. I don't want to say like ugly, but he's not very flattering in the second game, or in 4 Remake. I agree. I actually really like Lords of Shadow and how Dracula's a Belmont. It's a neat subversion. They did that in the actual Castlevania. I bounced off the Lakitu's head and lost all my momentum. They did that in the actual Castlevania timeline, if I remember right, but it's stuffed away in one of the 3D games, I think. Because you play as him, I want to say, in one of them, and I want to say his wife. What is his wife's name? Lisa Trevor. She's not there in that one. I think he has like a different girl he's in love with, I want to say, and I haven't actually played whichever one this is. He has like a different girl he's in love with, and she ends up like dying and becoming the vampire killer or something somehow. I think it's been a while since I've gone over my Castlevania lore, but I want to say it's something like that. The Mirror of Fate and Shadow was also pretty good. I never played Mirror of Fate. I have heard really good things about it. I did not play Lords of Shadow 2 because the PC port of it, whenever it first came out, was very, very buggy, and I experienced tons of issues, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll pick this up some other time if it gets patched or whatever. I never did. I still to this day have not played more than like the tutorial segment of Lords of Shadow 2. I should play that someday, just because I did enjoy the first game. I think I heard people saying the second game isn't quite as good, but I think I've heard if you like the first game, you'll like the second game. So probably not a bad one to check out sometime. I hate that they do that with the invisible blocks. Here's Zelda, except now it's an open world cart builder game. Okay, so I know. I would say I was in the camp. I hated Breath of the Wild. There were a lot of reasons for that. I hated that it didn't have traditional dungeons. I hated that it was stepping away from the traditional, more linear style of Zelda. It was not my favorite thing ever. For whatever reason, I couldn't tell you why. I loved Tears of the Kingdom. I sunk a bunch of hours into that. They are essentially the same game. I don't know if it was the more structured dungeons. I don't know if it was Banjo and Kazooie nuts and bolts mechanics. Something about it clicked better for me. I played a lot of it. I enjoyed the underground. I enjoyed the battery. I enjoyed the cart builder. I put a lot of time into that one. I'm still upset that we're probably never getting a traditional Zelda again, unless it is a 2D Zelda, which I love. I keep forgetting about that. That is annoying. But I love 2D Zeldas. They are typically my favorite Zelda games. They're typically my favorite. And I think it is sad that we are never going to get a traditional Zelda game again for probably like, I don't know, like 10 years or something. Even if they do continue to sell well the open world style Zelda games, they'll probably do like a throwback traditional like regular 3D Zelda at some point in the future. Just as like a here you go for the fans. I don't know. Maybe that's wishful thinking. Maybe they won't. Hard to say. Hard to say, Alan Face. As Banjo-Kazooie game, it was mediocre, but as a cart building game, it's fun. I played a little bit of Nuts and Bolts because I want to say it's in like Rare Replay or something. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun if you approach it from the perspective of this is not a Banjo game. I would say if you're approaching it for like a build your own race car, build your own flying machine game, it's pretty solid. It's pretty solid. I think they rubbed extra salt in the wound there. That was both a bad time to release that because people wanted more 3D collectathons at that time, and there was a bit of a drought, and they killed one of the beloved names in 3D collectathons, mascot platformers, and they had a bunch of they straight up like had a bunch of like, what, don't like this game? You want Banjo 3 like dialogue in the game, and you can't do that. You cannot purchase Rare. You cannot force them to make a completely different game and then add some dialogue that's like, you don't like this? Sucks to be you. Sucks to be you. This is what you're getting. You don't do that. You don't do that. They burned a lot of goodwill doing that, and Rare is a shell of its former self. It is. They're making some games that some people like and stuff. Not my cup of tea, but a lot of their talent is gone. I can't imagine very much, if any, of the original Rare team is there. And unfortunately, like if we do ever, oh god, if we do ever get Banjo 3, it's going to be by a totally different team. Like, unless they go out of their way to reach out and get all the original people back, which I think is probably pretty unlikely. But it wouldn't be the first time it's happened. I wouldn't hold your breath for it. Hey, this isn't Doki Doki Panic. Hello, Minishi. We were playing the Lost Levels. I'm just referring to it as Super Mario Brothers 2. It is everybody knows that fact. But I want Banjo games. Too bad. You get Nuts and Bolts, and you're gonna be happy. You're gonna be happy. AoE 2's Definitive Edition came out of nowhere, and holy crud, it revitalized the franchise. So it's funny you mentioned that. I remember seeing in a magazine. I think it might have been official Xbox magazine. They had an ad a long time ago for it was for Age of Empires. I think like 3 had just come out or something, and it was if you like Age of Empires, you've probably seen this ad. It had like Age of Empires 1 and 2 and 3 next to it, and then it had like Age of Empires 4, and it was like a guy in like some StarCraft looking gear or something, if I remember right, or maybe it was just like modern military gear, and then no Age of Empires for such a long time. It was mean-spirited. We're going into the era of the wild for a while. Yeah, unfortunately, Zelda is going to be open world for the foreseeable future, at least the 3D titles. I think we're still going to end up getting, what do you call them? We're gonna get 2D traditional Zelda games, and I'm happy for that. 2D Zelda games are my favorite. I did not care for Link Between Worlds. I don't like the item rental system. It made doing dungeons and stuff feel less rewarding, less fun, because you already had all the stuff from it before you went in. Doki Doki's constant mention as a fake sequel is talked about more than Wart himself. I have never played more than probably like an hour of the of English Mario 2. I don't know why. It was fun enough. I used to like not be super duper great at video games whenever I was younger. So I probably got like filtered or something. I kinda sorta in the back of my mind kinda remember it being a bit tough. So maybe it just filtered me out. I don't know. It's really weird to me when games do that. Yeah, just don't alienate your fan base. That's stupid. That's stupid. You have a pre-established fan base. Don't just say you didn't like Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. That sucks. Too bad. Deal with it. If you don't like it, you're a nerd and you're stuck in the past. Don't do that. Don't do that. Kids these days don't like collectathons. Well, it can be a it can be something to pad out. I hate Hammer Brothers. It can be something to pad out Microsoft's currently floundering first-party titles. They could have a more niche title in their back pocket to every couple years pop out like a new Banjo game. That it's not just one game. You can't say like Banjo 3 in this day and age would necessarily be a system seller, but it is all about having the okay, hold on. We gotta figure out where we're going here. It is all about having a robust catalog of exclusives. Have some first-person shooters people want to play. Have a collectathon that people want to play. Have a little bit of everything that people want to play. That's how you sell your system. Okay. I can make this work. This is not ideal. I can make this work if I don't go too far over and shift the camera over and make it so we can't go in that gap. Just a little further. This is really awkward. Oh man, I needed to let that go up more. I prefer less linear Zeldas where progression is gated more by items and capability than the story progressing. I agree overall. I do think that Tears of the Kingdom did a better job in regards to it did a better job with the dungeons. I feel like the world felt like it had more going on in it. I don't know. It was better as a Breath of the Wild sequel. I still wish they would have made it into a different franchise. Like, you want to make an open world game around your silly powers or whatever? Do that in a new franchise. Don't use Zelda. I want my traditional 3D Zelda games, please. Please and thank you. What do you think of Yooka-Laylee? I never played Yooka-Laylee. I played Banjo-Kazooie. And I did not much care for Tooie. I feel like that's a bit of a spicy opinion, but I didn't like having to go back and oops, I walked right off the edge. I didn't like having to like go back and forth between worlds and have it be kind of sort of a bit Metroidvania style where you got to come back with like powers and stuff. I like the style of gameplay how it was in Banjo-Kazooie, where you enter a world and you can complete it right then and there. I like entering one world and staying there until I'm done. Second Yooka-Laylee was really good. Most of the original team went to go make Yooka-Laylee, but the first one sucks. Isn't the second one like a different type of game entirely? Never played it though. I thought that one wasn't bad, especially since it wasn't another 3D collectathon for a while. I'm kinda... Oh, okay, that works. Sadly I won't phase. I think once we get our next game over, I'm gonna have to bolt because my buddy did want to take me for a belated birthday dinner, and I believe the place that we were gonna go closes at like 10 or something. So I wanna make sure I have time to eat and whatnot. I'm surprised they didn't milk the hype of Mario Maker and make a Zelda. Why didn't they make a Zelda Maker? Why didn't they make a Zelda Maker? I would love a 2D style Zelda Maker. I love 2D Zelda games. I know there's the program Zelda Classic. We played with that a little bit. We played some really fun. We played a fun. I think they're called quests in that. That's what like the maps are. We played one of those that it seemed pretty quality. I would like to get back to it. That's the one with the funny name called Zelda's Butt. But it seemed very high quality despite the silly name. And why did they just not make an official one? That would sell so well. Like I know I am not alone in wanting that. Okay, let's get the poison mushroom out. I'm just gonna do it this way again. It's probably not the most I ran off the edge. What do you mean traditional 3D? Zelda's a 2D game. The 3D style ones have always been different. Okay, I think this is about where we're going to end Super Mario 2 for today. Let's hop back over and I'll catch up with you guys before I head out. Hi Omphys. How did you enjoy Mario 2? Did you have a fun time today? I'm thankful the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition was so good and stayed close to its roots. Could have gotten a low-effort mobile game or city builder like we see nowadays. They came out with a bunch of DLC for it, right? Like it's pretty much the same game, but it did well, and they released a bunch of DLC, I believe. Get that 3D mess out of my traditional Zelda games. I don't know. I wish we could see another full-on console, another full console 2D Zelda, and not just a handheld one. But I don't think we're ever going to get that. Technically, thank you for the head pet, Shirika. There's technically, God, what's it called? They did the Link's Awakening remake, but I hate the art style. I don't care for the new music. Our pre-stream starting soon music is the Link's Awakening house music. I like the Game Boy sound font. I love Link's Awakening. I don't like how they handled the remake. That's just me though. That's just me. Maybe if I'm lucky and I pray every night and I send Nintendo a letter every day, maybe I'll get a full-on console 2D Zelda someday. Maybe. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but maybe if I'm lucky. I've heard the argument that they were just trying and attempt at adapting the original Zelda game in 3D. I've heard that before as well. I've heard that, and there's some stuff in Breath of the Wild that points to it. Maybe starting out as like kind of a remake of Zelda 1 in 3D, or maybe just like taking a lot of inspiration from it. Like, there are a lot of areas that are the same, but they also have a lot of stuff from other Zelda games as well. Like they straight up have like a place called like Koholint Island in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They actually made a Breath of the Wild NES. I remember seeing that. If you look it up, they made like a mock-up of how like an NES style Breath of the Wild game would work, and that was like the beta version that they made as a mock-up before they made the full-on 3D one. I've heard the argument that they were, or we already read that one. I sold my copy of Breath of the Wild after a week. Tears of the Kingdom kept me playing for the building aspect and wonky creations. I am the same way. I beat Breath of the Wild, but I think I basically just I rushed to all of the dungeons. I just forced my way through those, and I went and did the boss. I will say, Breath of the Wild has, in my opinion, if you disagree, if you liked it, that is fine. It has, in my opinion, one really good moment. I would say going to Hyrule Castle, making your way through, having some actual music play for a change instead of just the minimalist piano dinky sounds every now and then. I hate that they took a series so well known for its music like Zelda and they went for the super minimalist soundtrack, but the climb up Hyrule Castle, that is a super cool moment in Breath of the Wild. I love that so much, and I would say that was honestly so good that you should at least like speed run all of the beasts or whatever they're called in Breath of the Wild and go do Hyrule Castle. It is super good. It is super good. I think 2 isn't as good. It was more like Donkey Kong 64. I've never played Donkey Kong 64. I need to someday. I've heard it's bad for a multitude of reasons, but I think if I remember right, I've heard people say that the core gameplay of it is good, but I've never been too big on Donkey Kong games. We played we played, I think it was Donkey Kong Country 1, maybe it was 2, on stream during my 48-hour stream where we were switching off games every hour, and I don't know. It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite thing ever. I had Donkey Kong Country 1 or I think it was 2 on Game Boy when I was younger, and it wasn't my favorite game ever. But I enjoyed it more playing it now, so maybe we'll go back to it someday. The second one was a Donkey Kong Country style 2D platform. That sounds fun if that is your cup of tea. Hammer Bros are a poorly designed enemy for the Mario series. In this 15-page essay, I will... Please do share your essay. I agree. They are stinky enemies. They are dumb enemies. They feel completely random. I think the timer on their hammers is random. I think when they jump is random. They are not fun. That's what I'm saying. Same with the Metroid Maker and a Castlevania Maker. I would love those so much. I would love those so much. I imagine there is probably a Castlevania Maker and a Metroid Maker out there somewhere. I'm like 95% sure I've seen one for the NES version of Metroid, or maybe it was Super Metroid, but I don't know about I don't know about Castlevania. Sadly, I don't think those are high priority enough for either of their respective companies to ever actually make an official one. It was fun. I'm glad I joined. I'm glad you joined too. We had some new faces in here today, and I'm always glad to meet new friends. I love talking about video games on One Piece. I love video games so much. I feel like I could talk about them for hours and hours and hours. It's getting DLC to this day, and almost all of them are absolute bangers. Are they? Are they? So I'm not big into RTSs either. Are they mostly just like new factions, new units, or are they like full on new like campaigns, or is it a mix of both, or how have they been handling that? I'm glad it's doing well, and I'm glad Microsoft is throwing the RTS fans a bone there, because I think RTSs have been kind of on their way out. It feels like anything that would be an RTS at this point has just turned into a MOBA for the most part. There was like Dawn of War 3 or 4, whichever one a while back, and people that one was supposedly not very good. They tried to force like hero units and stuff in that as well, I heard, and people did not receive it well. I don't know. I never played. I think I played a little bit of Dawn of War 2, but not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. Reminds me of the Diamond and Pearl remix. Were those the ones that were like super crazy bad? They had like the chibi art style. I don't remember. That fail one didn't bother getting to Hyrule Castle when I played Breath of the Wild, and only discovered later what I missed. I would say spend like a weekend or something, rush through all the stuff you have to do in Breath of the Wild. I would say you can you can honestly even skip the story. I would say just Just do the divine beasts, rush to the castle. It is so cool. It is so cool, One Piece. I love it so much. It's so good. Castle climb was really good. Good taste. Good taste. I love Donkey Kong 64. The only thing I hate is flying sections. I didn't know there were flying sections in it. It has pretty good gameplay. Not so great collection and backtracking. I've heard that it's bad because you have like what? Like a couple thousand things to collect, and then it's like, okay, go back and collect all of that again with a different character, plus there's different stuff unique to that character, and then they do that with like 5 different characters or something, and that just sounds so bad. That sounds so bad. Donkey Kong Country 1 is very, very nowadays. Very, very, very what? Nintendo take our money. There is a Kirby maker that kind of surprises me. I feel like maybe I'm not looking in the right places, but I feel like Kirby doesn't have a ton of fan and community support in terms of like ROM hacking and fan games and the like. Maybe I'm just looking in the wrong places. Maybe I'm just missing a big scene there, but it feels like from my perspective, most of that is centered around Mario games. There's a good deal of it for the NES, Metroid, and Super Metroid, and then obviously there's a big community around it for. I would say like every game before what was the first GameCube one? Wind Waker? I think Wind Waker was the first GameCube one. Twilight Princess was the one that was it was on GameCube and Wii. But I would say there is a big community around everything pre-Wind Waker, and even these days there are some pretty alright Wind Waker ROM hacks beginning to rear their head, if I'm remembering right. There was a cool one that I saw where it is like it's like they unflood Hyrule, I believe, and like take all the land masses under it and like extend them down and make it like if it was never flooded. That one seems neat. I feel like that one might have not been a ROM hack and just like a proof of concept, but there's some cool stuff for Wind Waker coming out. Like I said, Metroid Worlds is the closest thing I've seen to an in-depth Metroid maker. Thank you for the head pat, Umfi. I'm sorry though. I'm sorry. We're kind of winding down. I appreciate you dropping by, but we're winding down now. I have to go grab some belated birthday dinner with my buddy who wanted to take me out. I hope you're having a nice Friday though, and I hope you have a great weekend. Just like Link's Awakening Remake. Link's Awakening Remake was not my favorite thing ever. The art style was only one problem through, and the game threw away all the good stuff Platinum did. Platinum? They... Huh? Link's Awakening? Am I getting two conversations mixed up here? I apologize if I am. They'll literally have a row of bananas for each character that you have to go back and change for. That sounds bad. For a single line of bananas. It's exactly like that, probably because Kirby actually gets some love. Kirby has been getting a lot of really high quality games. If you are a Kirby fan, you are eating good in terms of games, in terms of merch, in terms of like representation and other things, and in terms of everything. Kirby is doing super good. Also, hello Gilterin. How are you today? How are you? It's good of you to drop by. Let me get my drink real quick. Let me get my drink. I hope you're having a nice Friday. There's also if you live in Japan, of course, which I kind of doubt anyone in here lives in Japan. But if you do, invite me to live with you. Get me into the country. Keep me there somehow. I don't know how. Just do it. Just do it. This is your problem now. But if you're in Japan, There's also like the Kirby Cafe, and they have like a Pokemon one. I think they have like a Mario one or whatever. They do most of their first party franchises pretty well for the most part. I went to the Kirby Cafe while I was there. I say went to. I walked by the outside of it. I forget where it's at. It's at the base of the I want to say it was the Tokyo Sky Tree. It might have been. It's not the Tokyo Tower, I don't think. I think it was at the base of the Tokyo Sky Tree, and I got to peek in. I got to peek in and see all the people that were eating in there, and the decorations are super cute. The food looks super cute from pictures that I've seen. I would love to go back and eat at the Kirby Cafe someday. It seems so full of love. I ate at a Pokemon Cafe and got a. I forget what I got there. I think it was like ice cream or something, but it came out and it was super cute too. I love themed cafes at Olympias. Donkey Kong Country 1 is very bland nowadays. The only appeal it has going for it is its graphics. 2 surpasses it so hard it feels like such a better treat. In regards to games like that, I talked about this with Mega Man Battle Network the other day. If there is a game where playing Game 1 and going to Game 2 is such a huge, vast improvement in quality of life, I think you owe it to yourself to at least try Game 1 first. That way, like, if you play Game 2 first, you're gonna have a hard time going back to the first one. I think in regards to cases like that, it's fine to skip to the second game if you're not enjoying the first one that much, but at least give the first one a try. That is my opinion. I love Mega Man Battle Network so much. Every time I recommend it to people, I tell them Battle Network 1 is kind of dated, it's kind of crusty. It was doing a lot of experimentation. If you don't like it, skip to 2 and don't judge the franchise yet. I always tell people that. Unlike Port Castlevania and Metroid. I can't say that because Prime Remastered is fantastic. Prime Remastered was great. Metroid Dread was great. As a Metroid fan, I have to say I have not. They announced Prime 4 obviously, and it's we know what's going on with Prime 4. It's hopefully still in development maybe, but I think as a Metroid fan, I've not been feeling this good about Metroid in a very long time. I'm happy to be a Metroid fan. Diamond and Pearl remakes, it's okay. Sorry, I fall a bit behind on chat sometimes. The thing I know about Donkey Kong 64 is to 100% the levels each Kong, you'll need to know the points you need to hit after the first 2, with Switch exceptions. I don't understand what you mean, but it sounds tedious. It sounds bad. I want to go to the Kirby Cafe so bad. They have custom remix music that they play exclusively there. That is cool. That is cool. Kirby typically has really, really good music on average. I love Kirby games. My only problem with them is I'm the kind of person where I typically play games for gameplay first, and Kirby's too easy. It's too easy. I don't find it fun because of how easy it is. I tried a little bit of what's the one in the city where Kirby has like the power to like suck up cars and stuff, and you drive around as the car. I played a bit of that one. Forgotten Realm, I think. I played a little bit of that one. It was Forgotten Land. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into it. It's too easy. It's too easy for me. Donkey Kong Country 1 has the most absurd, insane difficulty curve ever. Feels like they're randomly placed difficulty-wise. Is it like crazy hard in some levels, and then like the next level it'll tone it back down and be reasonable for like 3 more levels, and then it'll go back up to kill mode and stay that way for like a couple? Shouldn't you be leaving soon? Yeah, I should. I love chatting with my Olympias still. I'll be out of your hair soon. Don't worry. Honestly, the most abandoned Nintendo IP is F-Zero. Poor F-Zero. I never really got into the F-Zero games. If you're an F-Zero fan, I'm sorry. At least there was F-Zero 99. They're kind of occasionally acknowledging its existence. But I do gotta get going here soon, Olympies. Some of the levels in the second world are the hardest in the game. Well, also some of the easiest. Have a good meal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go to a hot pot place with my buddy, and maybe, just maybe, I'll get some cake since I didn't have any cake yesterday on my birthday. Maybe. If there are any cakeries still open, I'll see. But let me see who we're gonna write into tonight. We've got options. How about we head over to Monkey? I actually no. Let's write into you guys gotta choose for me. Do you wanna go to Monkey, or do you wanna go to Snacko Recco? Snacko Recco was in here chatting with us earlier. They're currently playing Pokemon Fire Red, and Monkey is playing GTA San Andreas. You guys get to choose. Let me set up a poll. You guys gotta fight amongst yourself. Who raid Monkey, GTA San Andreas, or Snacko Pokemon Fire Red? Here you go, Olympies. Here you go. You gotta be fast. You gotta be fast to vote. This is a 1-minute poll. You get to decide your own fate. But for anyone who may be new here that's joining us, we have a Discord. We have a Discord. Let me get the link for that all pulled up. !Discord. If you want to join, I think some people are getting filtered by this. I've seen people joining and sticking around for like an hour or two and then leaving. Look at there's like a rules channel. I have hidden a password in there. That is just there to make sure that people are reading the rules. If you join and you can't get in, please look through there. It's not very well hidden. It's just like in between two of the rules. I did that because we had an unfortunate accident where some bad actors joined the Discord, and they were spamming porn, they were spamming gore, they were doing all kinds of bad things. They've been since banned. I don't want that to happen again. So we have a small degree of security there if you decide to join up. So please take a look at the rules. I'm sorry I have to do that. I wish everyone could just be civilized. But next week, Elmfies, we'll be back Monday to Friday, like usual. Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. PST. Well, PDT. I only just learned that PDT was a thing like in the last month or so. I thought it was always I thought it always ended in ST. Whenever daylight time kicks in, it turns into DT. It stands for daylight time. But about approximately 4 hours ago now is when we'll be back. 4 p.m. And if you're interested, there's a link to my Twitter. You can join the Elmfie Cord, or you can hit up my Twitter, and I'll post a schedule on Sunday, and we'll know what we're gonna do and when. But it seems like Snacko won. So let us go drop by them, and Snacko, like I said, is a chef and does really excellent looking food. So hopefully they will pull up some tasty looking stuff for all of you. That's terrible. It's unfortunate that it happened, but that's the way things go sometimes. But thank you all so much for being here, Elmfies. I appreciate it so much. You're the best, Elmfies, and I look forward to seeing you all again on Monday. Please have a great weekend. I hope you get up to something fun. And oh wait, hello Delph. Hello. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You popped in right as we were about to raid. I hope you had a nice Friday. I need that Discord link again. Here. I'll be fast. I'll be fast. There it is. There it is. And again, if you get stuck trying to get into the server, there's a small verification thing you need to do. It's in the rules. You just gotta look over that. It'll tell you how to get through it. Unfortunately, like I said, we had some bad stuff happen, and I don't want that to happen again. But Elvenfees, thank you so much for being here. I love all of you. You make it great to stream. I can show up here all the time because of you guys. So have a great weekend for me, and I look forward to seeing you Monday. Bye bye, Elvenfees. Have fun with Snacko.